Okay, it is 5:35, so I'm going to call both the regular 5:30 meeting and the 5:35 p.m. special meeting to order at 5:35 p.m. Please remember, if you're here, to turn off your phones or turn them to vibrate, and also remember, we don't clap here, we just use happy hands, so if you're excited about something, you can feel free to do that. For the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm going to ask Councilmember Raskin to lead us. Okay, I am also going to ask Councilmember Hall to read the land acknowledgement.
The city of Santa Monica is located on the land of the Tovangar. With great respect, the city acknowledges the Gabrieleño Tongva as the first people of this ancestral and unceded territory of the Curuvangna, a village that we know as Santa Monica. We honor their elders, past and present, and the Gabrieleño descendants who are part of the Gabrieleño Tongva tribes. We recognize that these peoples are still here, and as settlers in Cuyam, we recognize our responsibility and obligation to care for their land in partnership with them. The city of Santa Monica commits to work in partnership with the Gabrieleño Tongva people to uplift their voices and visibility on their ancestral land.
Thank you. The clerk will ask if any council members will be recusing themselves from any items pursuant to the Levine Act.
Yes, and I'm sorry, we should have done roll call. I'm sorry, I didn't
my apologies.
Didn't catch that. And it looks like Councilmember Zernetskaya is joining us remotely, but we're having issues with her mic. So we'll try to resolve that.
Hi, sorry, I'm trying to connect from my laptop.
Your mic is working.
It connected perfectly earlier today. Right now I'm connected on my phone, so I'm trying to connect from my laptop.
Great, we can hear you.
Because of course it works perfectly when you test it, but not when I actually try to join the meeting during the meeting.
Can you hear us, Councilmember Zernetskaya? Because we can hear you.
Yes.
Great.
Yes, I can hear y'all now.
Looks like we can do the roll call.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Present.
Councilmember Raskin,
Here.
Councilmember Snell,
Here.
Councilmember Zernetskaya,
Here.
and Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Here.
And Mayor Negrete is absent. Okay, and then we're at Levine Act disclosures. Are there any council members who will be recusing themselves for any items on the agenda pursuant to the Levine Act?
No.
Hearing none, we can move on to agenda management.
Great. So just for the purposes, we have quite a few public comments on special agenda items, consent calendar, and closed session. So I'm proposing that we hear general public comment on non-agenda items first, and we move the commendations to before the closed session public comments.
Do we need to make a motion on that?
I move that. Does anyone want a second?
I'll second.
Great. So we can do roll call vote?
Did you also want to?
Oh, my apologies. For items 16A and 16B, usually we have a practice where if all the council members are not present, we do not do appointments. So I would also add to my motion that council continue those items to the next regular meeting when a full council is elected. Is that friendly to Councilmember Snell?
Friendly.
Okay, great. So we're going to move the commendations up, and we are going to continue 16A and 16B.
And for the record, were you Mayor Pro Tem, the maker, and Councilmember Snell, the seconder?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, and we'll do another roll call vote. I'll do Councilmember Zwick again.
Swick.
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Snell,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernetskaya,
Yes.
and Mayor Pro Tem Torosis.
Yes.
And then again, for the record, Mayor Negrete is absent.
Great. Okay, everyone can hear your mic, right? Yours is on? I just wanted to make sure. Okay. I'm now going to recess the special meeting to hear general public input and ask the clerk to call the first item.
Okay. Item 1, general public input. Public comment is permitted only on items not on the agenda that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city. State law prohibits the city council from taking any action on items not listed on the agenda, including issues raised under this agenda item. And as a reminder, donation of time is not allowed during this item. Right now, we have 10 requests to speak. It looks like our last speaker is Radu Lojetti, but we will call everyone in order. I'll call the first 5 people in order. Asher Albizu, Candon Baroglu, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing, Africa Rosas, Denise Barton, and Eddie G. So Asher, if you can step up to the podium, and then Candon, Africa, Dennis, and Eddie, if you could line up behind the first speaker. We'll set the timer for, looks like 2.
And just if there are any late chits beyond Mr. or Mrs. Lojetti, we're going to only allow 1 minute, given that they were late. Thanks.
Okay.
Asher?
Oh, one moment. Let me set that timer for you. Okay. Okay.
Hi, my name is Asher. Last summer, I was given the opportunity with Sister City Exchange to go on a trip to Japan. It was my first time out of the country, and I was able to stay with a family there and learn their culture and be exposed to a different part of the world. I had been studying Japanese for a while, so it gave me the opportunity to speak to them using my practice, and it was a very important time for me, as it gave me the realization of how important it is to travel. And I'm here because I want to give that opportunity to other youth, and I'm hoping that others are able to just have the same experience as me, if not, a better experience. I went there, I made a connection with a family, and now I have plans to go back. I'm always keeping in contact. They are now my second family, and I think it's important to expose that to just the younger generation, as they can, connect and realize the importance of travel and expanding the worldview. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, Candon. Great.
Hello, I'm Candon Biberlu. I also got the chance to go to Japan last summer on the Sister Cities Exchange. I got to meet a whole Japanese family, and I made friends with a young boy my age named Shunsuke Yamada. And the experience was very opening for me, because I was able to see that I should learn from all people's cultures, and overall in the experience, I was able to find a connection to all these young Japanese students that are the same age as me, and they're not very different from us, and it was just amazing to go through that. And I think it's important for all people my age to meet people from other countries and learn from them. And through the Sister Cities Exchange program, I think it's a very good opportunity. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you so much. Africa Rosas.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Africa Rosas, and I'm a Public Information Officer with the U.S. Small Business Administration Office of Disaster Recovery and Resilience. I'm here to provide a reminder regarding the federal assistance available for those impacted by the January wildfires. Due to the Presidential Disaster Declaration signed on January 8th, the SBA is offering low-interest loans to affected homeowners, renters, businesses, and private nonprofit organizations in Los Angeles County. The SBA disaster loans are available for homeowners up to $500,000 to replace or repair their primary residence, for renters and homeowners up to $100,000 to replace or repair personal property, businesses and private nonprofit organizations like churches up to $2 million to rebuild or replace their buildings and property. Additionally, small businesses can apply for up to $2 million in economic injury disaster loans to cover operating expenses. SBA offers low fixed interest rates with terms up to 30 years. There is no cost to apply and no obligation to accept the loan if approved. Rates are as low as 2.563 for homeowners and renters, 4% for businesses, and 3.625 for private nonprofit organizations. The loans don't need to be repaid for the first 12 months, and the interest does not accrue during that time. There are 7 centers still open to assist with applications, and the location and hours can be found on sba.gov/disaster. The applications can also be submitted online on the same website. The deadline for physical damage is March 30.
Thank you so much. Denise Barton?
Oh, one moment. Okay.
Good evening. I'd like to give some information about Councilmember Snell in reference to a statement he and others made to the media. Starting with the September 27, 2006 Surf Santa Monica article by Owen Erickson titled Around Accounting for Old 2004 Mistakes, where Councilmember Snell's CPA license was expired for not keeping up with continuing education requirements, resulting in a $2,500 fine, which check bounced, and he was then put on probation until December 31st, 2007. Councilmember Snell's response was, "It's just an error. I'm disappointed it happened, but it was a mistake." With Smurfs co-chair Denny Zane chiming in with, "He might not have handled his personal accounts well, but it does not go to the issue of trustworthiness." Now I need to encourage everyone to look up case number DI 200117 before the Board of Accountability, State of California, for Certified Public Accountant Certificate number CPA 43463, where you will find that Councilmember Snell's license has been revoked 6 times in 11 years. And to review, does having your CPA license revoked 6 times in 11 years sound like it was just an error, as Councilmember Snell claimed? Or what about Smurfs co-chair Denny Zane's comment about trustworthiness? How trustworthy is it to continue practicing as a CPA when your license has been revoked? Also in the article, Councilmember Snell also states, "I don't think it's going to be a problem, and it's basically public record. So I'm just bringing you information, but you make the decision." Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call the next few names after Eddie G., who is next. We have Jeff Jarrow, Jonathan Foster, Judith Serlin, Janet McLaughlin. Eddie.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. Thanks for having me. A couple of weeks ago, I was reading prepared remarks to y'all in this council, and just before I completed my statement, my mic was cut off, and a council member barked at me, "Thank you, sir." And that experience taught me 2 things. It taught me, one, that I don't believe the members of this council really care what anyone from the general public has to say. I think you all simply endure and tolerate the comments until they can be abruptly silenced as soon as the speaker reaches their 1 or 2 minute allotment. 2, nothing about this feels like a democratic process. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say local citizens get exactly 2 minutes per month to speak, and then a liberal will bark at them to shut up, but I digress and my time's running. Every morning I use the stairway overpass at the end of Arizona Avenue to access the beach path for a jog. This overpass is always littered with organic human detritus, spent needles, beer bottles, used tourniquets, and a foul odor of death. The people you come across quite literally resemble the end of civilization, or a zombie-type apocalypse, usually nodding out from a head of fentanyl. I would like to ask the members of this council one simple question. Do you yourselves feel like it is safe to walk across any one of the public access stairways from the bluffs to the beach? And further, do you feel like these public access ways to the beach are safe for the children of this community? Obviously, they're not. None of the access ways are safe. No one feels safe in public in this city. And it's my opinion that weak people make weak leaders. Weak leaders create bad, dangerous, and unsafe times. And I just ask this council, when will something be done to correct this embarrassing problem? Thank you for enduring that comment tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Jeff Jarrow?
I'm sorry.
Speak while the other two students were here talking about sister cities. Just for the purpose of bringing some good news, we are going on a trip, Santa Monica Sister Cities is going on a trip April 10th to the 20th to celebrate our 50-year anniversary, 50 years. The last time we were there was 10 years ago with Mayor Kevin McCune, and before that was with Nat Travis. I think there's some pictures being shown that you could see from the group. It's in full gear now. I'm making presentations to the Japanese classes at the high school. Anybody's welcome to go, even if you're not taking Japanese. Last year we had a really big group, and now we have probably 5 or 6 students ready to go. I'm hoping in the future that everybody here will get a chance to represent the city and go to one of these Japan trips, or Mexico. I was in Mexico for the eclipse. And they love us. We give them fire equipment and fire trucks over 50 years. And we have Home Germany. And last summer we signed Brighton in England. So it's happening. I know we're trying to get a sister city park off to the north side of City Hall. So all good stuff. And it's good for the students. It's good for everybody. So I just wanted you to hear, part of their contract when they sign up and they go on these trips is to show up here to tell you about their experience. And they also give presentations at the high school. So now that COVID's over, they could have this legacy moving forward to kind of put a damper in it for the 4 years. And also the junior high school. We have 10 kids every summer going from JAMS and 10 kids coming from Kizugawa, the other city. So it's going to be a great trip. I really hope you remember this and try to make it for one of these trips, whether it's as far as that or something closer. So thanks for the time. Those are the kids that went last year. It's funny how they start off, they're out of their comfort zone. And they're really enjoying it. And at the end, they're all friends.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jarrow. Jonathan Foster, and then I'm going to call the last name on here, Radu Lodrotetti.
Mayor Pro Tem, there's also a Judith Serlin and Janet
I think I had already called them, yeah. Jonathan Foster was next, but I think Judith Serlin. Is that Judith Serlin? Yeah, you're already up there, so just go ahead. We'll get Jonathan Foster right after.
My name's Judith.
Oh, well,
And can you hear me? Okay, and I wanted to just say public workers are not feeling the love these days. Starts in Washington, but it's also here. Let's just talk about what public workers do. Take a day in the life of. So let's talk about the fires. You had people dealing with water, making sure there were water in the hydrants. You had people cleaning the streets. Do that every day, but during the fires, real important. People cleaning the beaches during the fires, really important because there were fire on the beach, not something you think about. There were, you had people fixing the vehicles. It was like everything had to run. That's the time you need everybody to work like clockwork, and that's what they did. City employees put the needs of the city and its constituents, its residents, and its guests, they put them first over their own families, over their friends, and over themselves a lot of the times. And so that's something we all have to think about. Santa Monica has a lot of financial needs right now, but they have to attract business to Santa Monica to make it function. But to be able to attract business to Santa Monica, you have to be able to attract business to Santa Monica. City services provide those things which attract business. Bus lines, water, cleanliness, all those things. It makes a difference. The gentleman just spoke about the filth on the streets. Yes, that makes a difference. Do you want to live here or do you want to live somewhere else? In these meetings, we address needs and we address wants. Well, we urge you to make the departments you lead as city leaders to make them a priority. Talk to your managers in Public Works, in BBB. It's not easy to hire. And people leave just as quickly as they get hired. It costs to attract, it costs to retain. It's better to retain and train than to keep putting money into attracting and training and then have people leave. So we want you to take, to lead the.
Thank you.
To lead and provide needed services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jonathan Foster.
Hello again, Jonathan Foster. I'm still supporting late, extra late, 89, 99-year-old abortion for all Democrats. So we'll just chop off your head, legs, and arms and call it abortion. What do you think? Probably don't like that. Hey, no more David White. No more David White. Thank God. So I was coming to talk about Promenade 3.0. Where they're going to do the entertainment zone out there where the approval of the outside bar, Hollywood Bowl, drug activity crap that they're going to do out there on 3rd Street that they're saying, oh yeah, they already know that the city council is going to pass it. I was in the 501c3 council meeting over there. They already know you're going to pass it. We're not in April yet. They already know you're passing it. They were clapping over there that they're going to do drugs outside in the open on 3rd Street Promenade, not inside a building. And it's what I had wondered, that this 501c3 that operates like it's the city, it's a drug dealer. They're going to do an entertainment zone is a very idea for the quiet small town of Santa Monica. It's a quiet small town. This is a small town. This is not a party zone. This is a small town. It's a little, a quiet place where you could have your kids, have your kids out at night even. It attracts more drug use. I've been a drummer since I was 2 years old in 1973. I've played a drum set for 52 years. I got 2 degrees in music. I'm a straight A music student. I can play everything I heard except for people that are faster than me, and I'm not in the music business because I don't want to sell drugs. What's that guy, Taylor Hawkins, dead. These people, this is bad for the city. And you got so many smart people at the 501c3, that's all they can come up with is to sell drugs at an outdoor, because it's not just going to be the alcohol. It's going to be the pot and the coke and the heroin and the LSD and the pill use at the event. I've been to the Grateful Dead shows. I know what goes on, and you're inviting the wrong thing.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Janet McLaughlin.
Good evening, council, staff. My name is Janet McLaughlin. Our city budget is alarming. I'm sorry for you brand new members who had this dumped in your lap. This disaster stems from decisions that were made before your time, yet you're tasked with cleaning it up. I know you've considered a lot of solutions, and I hope that you will emphasize looking at creative and practical ways to generate more revenue. For example, rejuvenating the Civic Center to once again become a world-class venue for music and the arts. It would attract people from all over who will spend money at our local facilities, and it would generate so much positive
Ms.
publicity.
McLaughlin, that item is going to be heard under closed session.
Okay, so it's just
This is
part
general
of,
public comment.
it's
Thanks.
part of some ideas I was just suggesting that could generate revenue.
Great. If you could
And
keep it to
so,
other items, thanks.
okay, yes. And let's see, how do I make this flow without cutting it off? So we need some good news in this city. And we have to try and, change the narrative about all the high crime so that people will feel safe walking down the street, especially residents and tourists, without worrying they're going to get hit in the head or their child is going to get hit in the face. And if we could make them feel that security, we could start filling up our restaurants again and our hotels. And I speak for many when I say increasing our revenues is a far more preferable solution than raising taxes on the backs of residents who are already paying the highest sales tax in the state and nearly in the whole country. So these are 2 creative and practical solutions to help stop this looming catastrophe. Many of you have finance and accounting backgrounds, and I know you can make it work. None of this is your fault, but thank you for fixing it.
Thank you for coming. Radu Lojateti.
Good evening. My name is Radu Logoteti. I've been a resident of Santa Monica for 44 years. 8 years ago, because of deteriorating financial condition, I was forced to apply for Section 8, which I did, and ever since I was enrolled in Section 8 program. Each year on 1st of December, I'm recertified, and usually that comes with a small percentage increase in rent. This year, more correctly, last year on 1st of December, the increase was a lot more, and I got hit with another increase 5 days ago, the total of which, if we relate it to the rent I paid in 2024, it's an increase of 40%. 40%. Well, I'm 73 years old. If things like this happen, in 2 years, I'll be on the streets.
Can we get a member of our team to potentially just get some more details so we can follow up? Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you so much for coming, appreciate it, sir. All right, so we will, with our agenda management, move on to the special agenda items, commendation for Dr. Lizzie Moore. If the Santa Monica College Foundation and Dr. Moore could assemble by the podium, I'm just going to read a brief commendation for you all and then invite a couple of minutes of remarks. Great. So we really appreciate all of the work that our friends at the SMC Foundation do. And I understand that there is also something from Senator Allen's office, so perhaps if he wants to come and provide his as well. So here's the commendation. Oh, we'll wait till they come up.
He's going to take a picture.
We'll do pictures, don't worry.
Okay. Sorry. Still producing.
Yeah. Okay, whereas the Santa Monica College Foundation exists to support SMC students, faculty, and staff, and the external college community as a whole, and whereas Dr. Lizzie Moore serves with distinction as the Dean of the Santa Monica College Foundation Institutional Advancement, and whereas hundreds of SMC students and dozens of employees, community partners, and board members lost their homes and worldly possessions, were displaced and directly or indirectly impacted due to the wildfires that ignited across the Los Angeles area, and whereas the SMC Foundation established the Santa Monica College Disaster Support Fund and raised $1.284 million to provide critical emergency relief for SMC students, faculty, and staff, and whereas the SMC Foundation, under the leadership of Dr. Lizzie Moore, is committed to the community at large and, together with many partners, organizations, and thousands of volunteers, quickly and responsibly curated a 4-day food and clothing distribution drive serving more than 4,000 students, employees, and community members, leading this responsive and caring event that communicated empathy and compassion for all impacted by the wildfires. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of the members of the City Council, hereby commend Dr. Lizzie Moore and the SMC Foundation for their remarkable efforts in organizing the Santa Monica College LA Fire Disaster Support Distribution event and raising funds to provide critical emergency relief for SM students, faculty, and staff. And I would invite Dr. Moore and her team to provide a couple of minutes of remarks, and then we'll take some pictures.
Oh, I'm not supposed to applause. Sorry. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas and members of the council and members of the community. What we accomplished together is really the best of who we are. And it did not matter who you were or where you came from or what your socioeconomic status was or who you vote for or anything. It was about community. And together with this incredible team standing beside me, not behind me, and many of you who joined us in person, so I want to thank all of you, and if any people in the audience joined us, I want to thank you. But it was really just the best of who we are. And when we work together as one for a common good, we shine so bright, whether it was raining or not, we shine so bright. So I know one of our council members who was there on one of our rainiest days, and she was right there front and center with us. So I just want to thank Santa Monica College and all of its leadership, our senior staff and our trustees who say, run as fast as you can and let's see what we can do. I want to thank Senator Ben Allen. I want to thank the City Council for everyone saying, we need to do this and we need to come together. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you for allowing us to show our best together.
Thank you so much. And did Senator Allen's office want to say anything?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yes, on behalf of Senator Ben Allen, we would like to present Dr. Lizzie Moore in celebration of your outstanding efforts in fire recovery. Thank you for your exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment to serving our community in the wake of the devastating 2025 LA wildfires. I wish you continued success in the future. And I just want to echo everything she said about bringing the best of humanity out. We attended the drive, and it's really just special and rare to see people come together like that. So thank you, Dr. Lizzie.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've had the opportunity to work with Dr. Moore for probably about 8 to 10 years, and what we did for the fires is just a small amount of the larger amount of work that this woman has done for the college and the community. There are people in our community that give so much more that we don't hear about, and Dr. Moore has been amazing to students. I can remember the Thanksgiving meals at her house, and I can remember the drives during Thanksgivings. And last year, this organization gave $40,000 to a student, an SMC student, to go to a 4-year school after 2 years in college. And this is all under her auspices. I just want everybody to understand that this kind of commitment by this woman is exactly what this community should be looking at for all of us. And I want to thank you. I just don't know how to tell you enough how much I care about what you and your staff have done to make it better for those of us that have so little. So thank you.
Thank you. I have one more thing I forgot to say, that if it wasn't for my family and our families that let us do this, including our partners and our children and our brothers and sisters and nieces and nephews that all, make dinner at home for us and make sure that we're all able to be here, that they're part of this too. So I just want to thank my husband and my brother and my nephew who are here with us today to show us how great Santa Monica is. So thank you. Thank you.
Now we can take some pictures.
Okay, good.
Councilwoman, come down. You get in the picture too. Yeah, every. Okay, we will now recess the regular meeting and convene the special council meeting to hear public input on the closed session items. And we will now hear item 2, public input, items under special agenda, items consent calendar and closed session only. And note that anyone who's comes in after this time that we start is now late, I think, and we will only provide 1 minute of public comment for them.
If I could also
Yeah.
add, when the Mayor Pro Tem calls you to speak, if you could mention the item number that you're speaking on, and a reminder that no public input is permitted on ordinances for second reading and adoption during this time. And Mayor Pro Tem, we also have one speaker who is receiving additional time.
Donated?
Donor.
Okay, when you come up, just let us know who's donating for you. All right, I'm going to call the first few names: B. Nemlaha, Zena Josephs, Lori Nafshun, Denise Barton.
And Ms. Nemlaha, it looks like you are donating time to Ms. Nafshun. Is that correct?
The other way around.
Oh, okay.
Ms.
Okay, so-
Nafshun is donating to me.
Great, so you have 4 minutes, is that correct, Madam Clerk? Okay, great.
I'm speaking on item 5C, and I'm reading a letter to council from Tim Sexton on behalf of RPG, the group that hopes to partner with you to reopen, revitalize, and energize the Civic. Dear Honorable Mayor Negrete, Mayor Pro Tem Terosas, council members, and city staff, it is with regret that we cannot be in Santa Monica with you on Tuesday, March 11th. My partners at the Azov Company, Live Nation, and Oakview Group had hoped to join me tonight to speak with you in advance of closed session. Unfortunately, several of us lost our homes in the Palisades fire and are moving into temporary homes this week. Others are traveling internationally on business. As a result, none of our principals can be there tonight to express our gratitude to the city for agreeing to an exclusive negotiating period with our team and to apologize in person for the extended time required to close the ENA. Our team is incredibly enthusiastic to work with the City of Santa Monica, its residents, and local business owners to revitalize and restore the Santa Monica Civic. We are confident our team has the proven ability to restore and finance the Civic by revitalizing this landmark property to its rightful position as an important economic engine for the city, as a magnet for new business and tourism, as a compelling 21st century performing arts venue for people of all ages, and as a point of civic pride for residents showcasing how historic restorations, neighborhood legacy, community partnerships, sustainability, and business can all operate together to shine a positive light, an exciting light on Santa Monica. Our team has done so before with the Forum in Inglewood, Key Arena in Seattle, Paramount Theater in Brooklyn, as well as other high-profile theater and/or arena projects in Baltimore, Chicago, Philadelphia, Dallas, Denver, Atlanta, Boston, London, Manchester, England, and many, many other cities here and abroad. Despite the fits and starts of the past few months, we look forward to a long and fruitful partnership with you, your colleagues, and the residents of Santa Monica. On behalf of our partnership group, the Azov Company, Live Nation, Make Good Group, and Oakview Group, thank you for your consideration. Very truly yours, Tim Sexton. And I would like to add on my own behalf that some of you may remember a wonderful song called American Pie. And there was a line in it that said, "The day the music died." Don't let today be the day the music died.
Okay, thank you. Just please, happy hands, love that. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Nemlaha. Zena Josephs.
Thank you. Speaking only for myself, the Revitalization Partner Group, these are the people who within 2 or 3 weeks of the Palisades and Eaton fires organized the fire aid concerts that raised about $100 million for wildfire victims. They have the expertise to succeed with this endeavor, and I hope you will give them the opportunity to do so. I wanted to read a little bit of a column by Michael Jolly in the Santa Monica Mirror. He said, "Now is the time for the city of Santa Monica, private investors, and the community to unite and ensure that the Civic Auditorium is not lost to history. With vision, investment, and commitment, this venue can once again become a thriving cultural destination that preserves its storied past and secures its place in Santa Monica's future. The Revitalization Partners Group is ready to invest millions of dollars in the rehabilitation and updating of this incredible city asset and operate it as a premier music venue. Renovating this iconic landmark property is not just about preserving something old, it's about creatively and efficiently recycling structures while being ecologically and environmentally responsible, all while respectfully nodding to our unique history. Let's not wait until it's too late. The City Council should act now to start the revitalization process." I'm sure you're aware that other cities, other nearby cities, have their civic auditoriums. The Wallace in Beverly Hills, Pasadena Civic Auditorium, the Armstrong Theater in Torrance, the Segerstrom Center for the Performing Arts in Orange County, the Civic Arts Plaza Theaters in Thousand Oaks, and of course, Walt Disney's Concert Hall and the Amazon Theater in downtown LA. No one is suggesting selling off any of these properties. I'm wearing a scarf that my sister, who passed away, gave me. It's from the Metropolitan Museum of.
Thank you, Ms. Josephs. Denise Barton, and I'm going to call the next two names: Alina Bezdikian, Mario Fonda Bernardi, Nina Fresco, Jonathan Foster. Thank you, Ms. Barton. Go ahead.
Good evening. On the consent calendar, starting with item 4J. Here I have to ask if the raise and upgrades for City Attorney Sloan is because he's acting as in-house counsel for the district voting case. I ask only because wasn't that Lane Dill's real job too? Then on item 4K, you're wanting to vote for boards and commissions using a ranked choice voting system. Would that be voting in secret? Because the Brown Act states legislative bodies must report on how each individual member votes on an action during a public meeting and record the vote in meeting minutes, and that all votes must be public. Secret ballots, preliminary or final, are not allowed. As for the video technical difficulty, hopefully it won't become a repetitive problem. And it needs to apply to the mayor council's videos too, because our time is just as valuable as yours. Next, for closed session, item 5C, regarding the Santa Monica Civic Center. The residents have expressed multiple times that they want the Civic Center to be brought back to its former operational glory, because bringing more people to the area or giving them other reasons to hang out here, which would be a benefit to everyone. Also, how many other cities are getting rid of their civic centers? Because there are many other cities that have them in Southern California. And how many of them are considering them surplus property, especially because Renovation Partnership Group wants to do the renovation at no cost to the city? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burton. Ms. Bezdikian.
Hello, I'll be speaking about item 4E. My name is Alina Bezdikian, and I'm a resident of Santa Monica and have lived in the neighborhood of the soon-to-be 19th Street Community Garden for the past 16 years. I know you'll be discussing it later on in the meeting, but I wanted to take this chance to voice my appreciation and excitement for this project and the opportunity for myself and my neighbors to shepherd a communal space of our design. creating a sustainable green space in our neighborhood on a lot that has been vacant for over 25 years, and the possibility of this paradigm throughout other neighborhoods will make Santa Monica stronger by allowing for more community connection, by having neighbors work together and build relationships, have more access to fresh produce and healthy activities, connection to the earth, reduction of waste, more opportunities to learn about the land, ways of fostering resilience, and finally, a continued pride in our neighborhood. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for being here. Mario Fonda-Bernardi.
Mario Fonda-Bernardi, speaking as the president of the Santa Monica Conservancy. And as you know, this is a very beloved building of ours, and it has some unique features that cannot be found in any other city in the metropolitan area of Los Angeles. Specifically, this is at the end of two major transit elements, obviously the 10 freeway and the Expo line. It is 20 minutes to the airport. It is actually a position perfectly surrounded by 8 hotels for the kinds of events that RPG would like to hold there. It is also buttressed by the beach culture and all the activities on the promenade of a thriving urban center that will recover over time. And finally, it is perfectly positioned with the adjunct of the Barnum Hall and the Greek Theater, so you could have 3 simultaneous events and have music festivals there. Now, there's no other place in LA that has those 6 major location advantages. Okay. There's a couple of other things that are unique about this building. And when you look at a building for landmarking, there are 6 criteria that can possibly get a building landmarked, and you can imagine what they are. It has to be an important building in terms of the history of the city. It might have been designed by a famous architect. It might be associated with famous personages. It might have unique construction elements. All those kinds of things go into deciding whether a building is a landmark and worthy of being landmarked. Most buildings score 1 or 2 of those things. This building scores on all 6. I challenge you to find a building that scores in Santa Monica on all 6 of the criteria to be landmarked. It is such a kind of strong landmark that it actually qualifies and is now part of the National Register. So we are blessed with a very strong partner, the RPG Group, as has been mentioned already.
Thank you, Ms. Font. Thank you so much for your comments. Nina Fresco.
Okay, I'm Nina Fresco, speaking on my own behalf about the Civic Auditorium. I strongly urge you to accept and sign the ENA for the Civic Auditorium that you will be looking at in closed session tonight. This group of highly experienced and deep-pocketed industry experts are waiting for an opening to do what they know will work because they've done it before. This week, the New York Times reported that concert experiences are on the rise among millennials and Gen Xers. They travel to unique, storied venues, and it's part of the trend. A revitalized historic civic auditorium is the future of the industry. Today, the city is in trouble, and you are all earnestly working to find a way out. This is your chance. Don't miss it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Fresco. Jonathan Foster, and I'm going to call the next few names: Jerry Rubin, John C. Smith, Caitlin Driscoll, and Zoe Montaner.
Hello, Council. Jonathan Foster. Can I speak on 4K for 2 minutes? So it's going to be at their own risk. If the electronic media doesn't work, if it doesn't start their, like during a minute, they get their time back and they get to talk for, that'll give them 3 minutes. I don't know. I don't agree with that. But when can we hear your discussion and hear your words and finally hear your target language so that we can comment on government? When is that going to happen? Let me say that again, because you might have went out one ear and out the other, in one ear, out the other, so that we can finally hear your target language, so that we can comment on government. You're excluding real government. And this was done by the past council. It wasn't done by you guys, so I get it. But I stated this to the attorney, to the manager, to the mayors, all pure corruption. that have not restored government to the people, they did not act. It's a lie government. I heard the discussions about a year ago. It's too hard for the staff. Council's up too late. There's more important things to do with family issues. I have to tell you, because I heard that, and I haven't been able to comment on the target language, right? The government is more important than your family. If your family is more important than government, you don't have the sacrifice it takes to do government properly, so you need to leave. You need to leave. Government is more important than your family. Family is very important, but we came here to do the people's business that we all have to live through. Okay, and if the sacrifice is too hard, get out of here. If the sacrifice is too hard, do a meeting every single week. If the sacrifice is too hard, get out of here. That's the answer. And we need to hear the target language.
Thank you, Mr. Foster. Jerry Rubin.
Bad government.
Thank you all very, very much, council members, city staff. I'm speaking on the Civic Auditorium, 5C. I think we should all really know how fortunate we are to have a talented, experienced group that wants to work hand in hand with our city. How fortunate we are to save this precious gem, to keep promoting the values of Santa Monica with cultural activities, artistic activities, educational activities for students and people of all ages. The late Tom Campbell, that worked at our Alliance for Survival event at the Rose Bowl, Peace Sunday, and promoted it, told me once that the Santa Monica Civic is the best place to have a benefit concert anywhere in America. Think what the money we could raise. Heal the Bay, Tree People, the school district, groups promoting diversity, anti-racism. You could do so much. I know we're in financial straits, but we shouldn't be talking about selling off buildings. We shouldn't be talking about, the only way to save our city is to get rid of the Civic Auditorium. That's kind of embarrassing to hear that, with all respect. So, we shouldn't be selling the library either. We need to think about these things and stay on course. The people of Santa Monica will come. They will support our budget. You could get a bond measure, and property tax owners, including us, would be willing to pay and help the city, but not at the expense of our cultural heritage. It's just not right. We're fortunate. Let's do it. Santa Monica, come back again. Let's stay on course.
Thank you, Mr. Rubin. Mr. Smith.
Mayor Pro Tem? I had a question for Mr. Smith. Are you representing the Recreation and Parks Commission and requesting additional time?
Mayor Pro Tem. One item on myself, the Civic, for 2 minutes.
Okay.
And then I was going to speak for 1 minute on behalf of the commission on the anti-camping ordinance, and then 2 minutes on that same issue, for a total of 5.
Is he permitted that? I don't think so.
If I'm speaking on behalf of the commission, I'm entitled, usually they would give us up to 5 minutes to speak on behalf of the commission.
Okay, Mr.
But
Sloan.
I'm only asking for 1.
Yeah, okay, 5 minutes. Okay, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. John C. Smith, Recreation and Parks Commissioner for more than 10 years now. First, I'm going to speak about 5C and why the council should continue working with the RPG group and chart a new future for the Civic Auditorium. A friend of mine gave me this shirt. This is what the LA Fire Aid, $100 million. What an event. They put it on in 2 weeks. Keep that one up there. And it reminded me of something a reason I might be able to give you to save the Civic. This is just an item from last July of 23 actually, and the Civic was in a closed session just like it is tonight. And if you look at the bottom, there was this council item, a 16 item. It was presented by then Mayor Davis and Negretti and Mr. Zwick. And it essentially asked the mayor, the city manager, to explore changes that would make Santa Monica more attractive as a major event venue to attract big events to the city that could support our businesses, stimulate our economy, promote tourism, and provide new revenue streams. That's exactly what a new civic would do. Could you go to the second item, please? Recently, I was reading the local paper, and there was this article by one of our council members. And it said, said save the civic or save the city? Like it's a question, like one or the other. And I kept thinking, why can't we do both? So next item, please. Oh, there it is. I decided to write my own, saying why saving the civic could actually save the city. It can, if we give it a chance, you guys. 2 of the RPG principals lost their homes in the fires. 2 of them put on this great event, Rock You. I think it's supposed to be You Rock, as if, Star Wars Yoda said it or something. But, these promoters are the kind of people that could do it. And I think that you guys owe them the chance. So let's keep these talks going. Anyways, that was the first item. Now I want to talk about the camping ordinance. And yes, I did bring a sleeping bag because we all know that sleeping bags and camping go hand in hand. First, I want to speak about on the behalf of the commission. Back in November 8th, when some of you weren't on the council officially yet, we sent this letter to council, and it details some of the progress that we've made at Reed Park. The Miles Playhouse is going to have a soft opening in a couple weeks. It's great. We got a new surveillance system at Reed. That's going to be great. We got increased police presence since last summer, and it's the biggest thing that makes a difference in the park. I go to that park more than anybody that I know, and I see what happens. We got the city to help us. They fenced off an eyesore property right across the street to keep the homeless people from hanging out there all the time. There was the recent Supreme Court ruling that essentially said that cities could do more to, against encampments and stuff. And we just got that modest grant from LA County to try to program more events like the 3 Wilmot events that we had last summer. Wilmot put on 3 free music and movie events, and we even had free popcorn for kids. We can do more of that with the help of that grant. So there's a lot of momentum. And actually, after that Supreme Court ruling, Governor Newsom challenged every city in California, okay, guys, you have my permission. Let's try to clean up our cities and our parks a little and our open spaces. Let's do more. But that's not what the council's proposed changes would do. Now I'm speaking on behalf of myself. Could you throw up the next thing? Thank you very much. Keep going all the way through that. Keep going, keep going. There you go. Just leave it right there. This is what happened in the 2 years that sleeping bags were allowed back into our parks. This is from the Santa Monica Daily Press. Encampments skyrocketed. And right now they're sort of banned now, and you guys want to change it back. So I know you guys mean well. You're good-hearted people. I know all of you. I know you're in good intentions, but this does the opposite thing. If you allow sleeping bags in our park, I go by there almost every day. There are groups of people that hang out in the parks and just smoke drugs, and it's illegal. Sunday I went by and I said, hey guys, you can't do that. One of them spit on me, and I had to call the police. And that's my story. But this story is, please do not change this anti-camping ordinance. Hold this discussion from your dais.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Give us a couple months to make more progress.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it. Caitlin Driscoll and then Zoe Montaner.
Hello, Honorable City Council members. The Santa Monica Conservancy believes that our city has a once-in-a-generation opportunity to revitalize the historic Civic Auditorium as a destination performing arts center. The process starts with support for an exclusive negotiating agreement with the RPG Group, We understand there are significant challenges ahead for the city and which you are each conscientiously addressing. We hope you can also reach a successful proposal for the Civic Auditorium that'll benefit our city economically, culturally, environmentally, and artistically. The RPG Group is a highly experienced consortium of investors with strong ties in the entertainment industry and a proven track record. They're prepared to secure the funding that's necessary to revitalize the Civic Auditorium as a world-class performance venue, if given time and consideration in developing a feasibility assessment and a design proposal that will fit the complex requirements of this project and the needs of our community. While the building has been empty for over 10 years, we hope you can give them a little more time to determine whether there's a feasible opportunity for an innovative and successful historic rehabilitation project that preserves the historical integrity while incorporating contemporary and exciting uses and functional elements that transforms this beloved building to an exceptional new one. Please endorse their request for an ENA. The Santa Monica Conservancy will work to support both RPG Group and the City Council's efforts to make this a win-win for our community and a successful civic auditorium that reclaims Santa Monica's position as a regional cultural destination. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Zoe Montaner.
Image that I sent to the clerk, if you can put it. Can you put the binder, the one of the binder, please? I mean, I submitted a lot of documents for you guys to look at, but since we are limited on time, I chose to speak on item 4J and item 5D in the closed sessions. While we are waiting, on my way here, I saw that the Belmar Park says, Bienvenido to the Belmar Park, historic Belmar Park. That is inaccurate. You said, Bienvenido al Parque Histórico de Belmar. You speak Spanish or you speak English, but to mix both is a no-no. Please, each sign is a lesson for our children. And children go there. You don't say Bienvenido Historic Belmar Park. You said either welcome to Historic Belmar Park in English, or you said Bienvenido al Parque Histórico de Belmar. Simple. It's a lesson in language to our children that play there. It is embarrassing. As someone who was a teacher of Spanish, it was just, I couldn't believe it. It was a Parks and Recreation comedy skit in the making. You pay staff a lot of money. They have good benefits. They have to do better. Did you find it?
I just have one file, but there's 38 pages, so I can rotate through it as you're talking.
Yes. Rotate and I will tell you which one it is. Yeah. Oh, yes, stay there. Okay, perfect. I was going to put another one, but that's a good one to begin with. Let me know when my time starts, please.
It has.
This is a presentation of a class that I took at the LA Law Library with Judge Jutna and Judge Broadbelt to enhance the rule of law. And since you have in your schedule the approval of the city attorney amended and restated employment agreement, we have to talk about civility and incivility. The purpose of this, and you can check it on closed sessions, is to increase it's a result of the increase of incivility in the practice of law and public discourse. Discussions between counsel and litigants playing hardball, making life difficult to the other side. Barry Snell told me that the litigation of the writ of mandate that I put for Santa Monica College Board of Trustee ended and is incorrect. If you were giving that information, I haven't received it. You can call Department 82 of the Los Angeles Superior Court Stanley Moss Court and speak to Roberto Mendoza, that is the law clerk of the judge, and he will tell you that the litigation is pretty much alive. I presented 2 subpoena documents to prove my case to the court, and they opposed it. I have, though, the nomination petition of Anastasia Foster and all the other members that were running in that. Anastasia Foster is the only one who put 4 petition papers, nomination papers, even though you require only 100 signatures. She requested 4 petitions, and 4 petitions have the exact same date, and also have that she was the only person that requested the petitions. She signed that under oath. And Esterlina Lugo told me that you have to have.
Thank you, Ms. Montaner. Okay, now that's it for comment on this item. We're going to move on to consent calendar. No items were pulled except for staff is pulling 4L for corrections, so we'll hear that at another date. I would go ahead, just to verify, is anyone pulling any items? We, pursuant to our rules, no one registered to pull. I will, do you want to do 4K? I'm happy to.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I would move that we move the consent calendar items 4A through 4K, and with a slight correction to 4K, that starting next meeting, and 4K is the adoption of the resolution amending council rules of procedure, just amend that to those rules that starting next meeting, special agenda items will be heard after general public input and before input on special agenda items in closed session. Excuse me. Did I state that correctly, Mr. City Attorney?
Yes, in other words, as it's shown today, item 3 will be before item 2.
Correct.
Second?
Okay, so I'll do a roll call vote, and Councilmember Zernitskaya, if you can make sure your mic is unmuted. Councilmember Zernitskaya, you're first.
Yes.
Councilmember Snow?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zick?
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Torosas?
Yes.
And then for the record, Mayor Negrete is absent.
Great. We'll now move on to item 5. Can the clerk please call the closed session items?
Let's see. 5A is public appointment to consider public employee appointment for the city manager position. Labor negotiator is the mayor and personnel director, and the unrepresented employee is the city manager. 5B is conference with labor negotiator. Agency designated representatives is the interim city manager, Elaine Polachek, human resources director, Dana Brown, and human resources manager, Sarah Rebensdorf. The bargaining units involved are ATA, AFSCME Local 4819, MTA, California Teamsters Local 911 IBT, MEA, Public Attorneys Legal Support Staff Union, or PALSSU, the Public Attorneys Union, or PAU, Santa Monica Fire Executive Management Association, or FEMA, Santa Monica Firefighters Local 1109, the Police Officers Association, or POA, STA and SMART TD, International Association of Sheet Metal, Air, Rail, and Transportation Workers, Transportation Division Local 17885. 5C is conference with real estate negotiator involving 1855 Main Street, Santa Monica, California Civic Auditorium. City negotiators are Jennifer Taylor, Economic Development Manager, and Nia Tang, Economic Development Administrator. And owner of record is the city of Santa Monica, and the persons to be negotiated with is Tim Sexton, Revitalization Partner Group, LLC. And under negotiation, price in terms of payment for lease. And then we have 3 items which are conference with legal counsel. For existing litigation, 5D involves the Pico Neighborhood Association and Maria Loya versus the city. 5E involves Victoria Lobanoff versus the city. And then 5F is a case involving Renee Miller versus the city. That's the last item.
Great. City Attorney, when can you estimate our return time?
Well, first, I'd like to note that the closed session is being held pursuant to the special meeting notice tonight, and Mayor Negrete intends to join us in the closed session, and I would estimate 8 p.m.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll be back at 8 p.m. extensive closed session, so I want to reconvene from closed session and ask the city attorney to report on closed session.
Yes, in the closed session, all matters were heard with all council members participating, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Is Councilmember Zernitskaya back on the line?
Not yet.
Okay. I would like to recess the special meeting and reconvene the regular meeting of March 11th. We are going to move on, I believe, to city manager report. City manager, will you present any updates that we have for us?
Yes, I will. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. Thank you. I want to extend a thank you to council and the community for spending Saturday with us discussing the biennial budget and council priorities. Department leaders put a lot of time and effort into the workshop, and we have more challenging work ahead. But we'll come back to council with the draft budget on May 27th. I hope everyone has been able to enjoy some of the Women's History Month activities that have taken place already. There's lots more to come, so visit our website. And I encourage everyone to check out our series of short videos featuring some of the incredible women that work throughout the city of Santa Monica. You can find them on our YouTube channel. The focus of Saturday's workshop was all about economic growth, so it's fitting that we welcomed the much anticipated Google store on the 3rd Street Promenade Friday. And it's just one of many new investments happening downtown and throughout our city that are so crucial to our economic vitality. If you're a Google fan, go check it out. Lastly, I want to make a plug for the many opportunities currently open to serve on an appointed group for the city of Santa Monica. This is a great way to support causes you care about and help shape our community. There are currently open seats on the new Land Back and Reparations Task Force, the Measure G Resident Oversight Committee, and the Transit Security Advisory Committee. There are also openings on many of the other boards and commissions, so please take a look. You can find out more information on santamonica.gov. Now, I'll turn it over to our Deputy Fire Chief, Tom Clemo. Ooh.
Yeah.
We're switching it up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Just ran from across the street because no one else was here. That was so fast that you guys started that. So
we appreciate the pivot.
Okay. I'm Joe Cavan, your fire marshal. Thank you for the opportunity to come and share a little bit about tonight. Community Connect is a program that I think benefits everybody here, every resident and every business owner. It's okay. Luckily, I'm only right across the street. So, what is Community Connect? This is a safe, secure platform that only the fire department has access to. And it allows residents and business owners to create a life safety profile that the information that you provide in there is shared with the fire department while we respond to an emergency there. So by sharing things like floor plans, medical concerns, medical needs of family members, this helps us respond safer and faster during an emergency. Basically, we all just witnessed how fast emergencies can happen. No, not me running, but we just all witnessed how fast emergencies can happen and how quickly they can escalate. And us as first responders, the time it takes us to assess a situation can make the difference in the outcome of an incident. So that's where this platform comes in. Chief Halleck says it plainly up in his statement there that the information allows first responders to make strategic and tactical decisions en route to an emergency. So what is Community Connect or what kinds of information you could provide quickly. There's 4 categories that Community Connect allows you to input information. Your property, things like if you have fire sprinklers, security gates at your house, if you have a gate code, you could provide that. Anything like that, utility shutoffs to your property. It's all helpful information. Your people, if you have emergency contacts or someone you'd want to be notified if there was an emergency at your residence. Your needs, if you have anyone with functional needs, medical conditions, all of that information is helpful while we're responding to your house. And lastly, your pets. There's a category for pets because pets are part of the family, whether you're a dog lover, a cat lover, a snake lover, doesn't matter. You can provide a picture, a name, information, but basically we have this in here because if there's a fire at your house or if there's any kind of evacuation need, we know how many people are in there, how many pets need to potentially be rescued. So that's why we would like all this information. And again, this is all voluntary information. It's very easy to create an account. I'll provide a link, a QR code at the end of this that you could scan. But basically all we need is an email, phone number, and address. You have to be a resident or a business owner in the city of Santa Monica. That's why we need the address. And after that, the information that you provide is completely up to you. Obviously, the more information you provide, the better we can serve you. And after that, it's really just if anything changes, if a medical condition worsens in your family, you can always update that information on there. So let me just show you quickly. When you scan the QR code, you can also access it on the fire department website or social media. We've been posting about this. When you click on the QR code, it's very simple to use. You either click on residents or businesses, and it'll prompt you to create with an email, and you create your own password. And once in, this is how it looks if you click residents. So the additional information that we'd like, you don't have to guess what we need. We have a bunch of categories that we think is pertinent information that would be useful if we're responding to your house or to your business. An added perk for residents is you can also request a smoke alarm from here, and the email will go directly to our fire department as well, and then we'll follow up on that. For businesses, same thing. We have a list of questions that would be pertinent for us to know, and an added feature actually for the businesses is if you're a business owner and you sign up for it, you can be notified if the fire department responds to your business. So 3 o'clock in the morning, if you're home asleep and the fire department gets called, you would receive a text from that. And that's really it. It's very short. I just want to say that we're very excited as a fire department to partner with the community because that's really what this is a partnership. It allows residents and business owners to take an active role in their safety while helping us better serve more efficiently. So thank you for that. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. And it looks like you have a QR code. So if people are at home or here, they should scan it. This is so helpful. I hope everyone's paying attention. Do we have questions?
I do.
Great.
Thank you very much. My only question, you said only the fire department has this information,
Yes.
and no one else in city staff or anyone else would have this kind of information.
No, they do not have access to this information. This is on our First Due platform that we use for emergency response. It's actually separate from SMPD as well. And this is solely on our information that we can pull up while en route to an incident.
And then the business or the resident would have the responsibility of updating and changing any of that information.
Yes.
Because how, businesses move and things of that nature, how often do you, as the fire department, look at it and say, well, we know that this business no longer is there, or something like that?
Yeah, we're trying to be proactive, and even in our inspections, because we do go out to almost every single building in the city, and we try to prompt them. If they're a new business, we're trying to get this information in 311 and business licensing to share with them to create a new profile. And if there's a new profile, we can go in and delete an old one as well.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate the update and thanks for running over here. Appreciate our whole fire team. Okay, we will now ask if any council members have reports on travel. Anyone? Looks like we have no reportable travel. I don't know if Councilmember Zernitskaya, did you need to? Don't hear you. Yeah?
Sorry, never.
Think she's saying no.
That's what it sounded like.
Okay. And due to the mayor's absence, we're not going to have a highlight video today, but I would just say that we are going to move to public input on remaining agenda items, and just given the fact that we have a robust presentation, if you are here and you can succinctly say your comment, we would appreciate that. I'm going to call the first few names: Nina Fresco, Daniel Alonso, Sylvia Sanchez, Jeffrey J.
Sorry, I didn't expect to be first. Hello again. Nina Fresco speaking again on my own behalf. The Preservation Equity Working Group's recommendation 2 specifically addresses how historians who work within our preservation program evaluate history for significance. It is a cost-neutral thought exercise. The idea is to adjust how we evaluate history by looking more closely at the people associated with historic places. People are what make history. In the past, we've overlooked and erased a great many people in our evaluations. We need to learn to adjust where we look for significance for preservation to be truly equitable. Hand in hand is recommendation 3, which seeks to write our preservation equity ideas down in Santa Monica guidelines for designation. These will not only provide an outline for consultant reports, but will make creating historic documentation accessible to anyone who has a place they want to tell us about in their own words. This gives a voice to those who want to speak for themselves and will awaken an interest in interpreting our history among new groups, as well as the next generation of preservationists. While writing guidelines is certainly hard work, an informal subcommittee of Landmarks Commission has already created a first draft. While it would be a new practice for the city to take advantage of Santa Monica's hive mind to make first drafts of documents, it would certainly be a cost-effective approach. Note that guidelines are not policy documents, nor do they establish new laws, programs, or interpretations. They are simply a how-to, and we really need one. Please move these additional recommendations forward. They are at the heart of the change the working group is seeking. And I realize.
Yep. Thank you. Mr. Alonso.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and members of the council. My name is Daniel Alonso. We were here at the last meeting announcing the March for Humanity that we are planning on March 22nd. I'm here representing MAPA, which means Mexican American Policy Advocacy and Alliance. We are asking the council to support this march. We are asking that you waive the permit fees and you provide security. This is a very important march for us as the community of Santa Monica. A little back into history, as you see these photographs. My family arrived here in Santa Monica in 1902. And some of these photographs are from my family or from a current project that we are working with that will be either in the museum or is going to be in the Santa Monica History Museum. The Mexican Latino community has a long history here in Santa Monica, and somehow it always seems that it's overlooked. So You know, I'll let you know a little bit about Latino culture. We're a very proud people, and one of our sentiments of pride and is the nationality, and in Spanish the word is del tierra donde nacimos. We are very proud of the land where we were born, and that's how all of us, we are descendants of immigrants that came here to Santa Monica. And it is our job as descendants of these immigrants to stand up and defend what immigrants are dealing with this new administration. This march is more as advocates and defenders of immigrants for those that can't speak and defend themselves. And as you can see, there's quite a bit of Mexican community still left. It's not the existing thriving community that exists.
Thank you so much. Oh, you did not identify that. Is Renee Garcia here? Okay, for anyone else who has donated time, please let us know in advance. Thank you.
So I lost my thought, but another thing is, in the Mexican community, over a letter on finance has always been the heart representation. And I guess maybe that's it. We're just asking you for support. And then one more thing is some residents here in Santa Monica are asking, is it going to be safe? And we're planning this. It's a well-planned march. We want it organized, peaceful, but there is still the threat of outside possibilities. So one thing that would just work great with us is if you could provide mounted police that march along with us, so those that are marching will feel safe in this process of defending those that can't defend themselves. So I will my time, and I hope that you consider this favorably, and it's a really good cause, and it is something that us, the remaining descendants of a community that still existed, really wants to happen with your cooperation of the city of Santa Monica. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Alonso. Sylvia Sanchez?
I think I have some photos also. Good evening, council and mayor.
And if you could identify the item that you're speaking on when you approach, thanks.
This is my grandmother.
Oh, sorry, the agenda item.
Oh, the agenda. Oh, I'm speaking on March for Humanity. So my name is Sylvia Sanchez. I'm Mexican immigrants. My little grandmother there. She swam across the river with her kids on her back. And they made their way here. My father worked the railroad. He followed the railroad here to Santa Monica. He settled here, and I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful for that. I'm so thankful to him for doing that. I was able to grow up here in this beautiful seaside city. So I'm here today to ask you to support this March for Humanity. We all want to come together in solidarity and unity for humanity. That's my grandmother. She carried that little girl on her back to come here. So I ask you to join us and support us in this march. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I just have a quick agenda management issue. They're speaking on 16I, is that correct? I had thought that Mayor Negrete had pulled that item. She did not? Okay. I thought she emailed us. Okay. Okay. Jeffrey J., and then I'm going to call some more names. Freddie Luis Matubzar, sorry for the mispronunciation, Govind Kumar, Lacey Stansell. Thank you so much, Jeffrey.
Yep, I believe I'm speaking on item 16. Last year, y'all funded a program called Celiactomy Family Pride. I honestly wish that you had all been there. I'm not even sure that you know what that you truly funded. I mentored 10 amazing humans for 6 weeks. These raised up queer voices. We had lesbian identifying humans, gay men, trans women, trans men, of which I am myself. We had a child of queer parents, and they all had the opportunity to share their story in Santa Monica. When that final show came up, I've been a comedian for 20 years and transgender. I don't think I've ever seen representation like that all on one stage. It wasn't just for them. The people in the audience who had the opportunity to see themselves represented, it was phenomenal. So we're here today just to ask you to please fund it again, because you changed lives. Last year, Nicole Blaine, the owner of The Crow, came by herself. This time she came with a community because we all became family. And thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and I believe that that was 16F. Freddie?
All right, good evening, Council. I'm here to speak on item 11A5. Between tenant meetings, city council meetings, trail council meetings, Pico neighborhood meetings, beach path cleanup, Pico neighborhood cleanup, trail work, I'm exhausted. But all of these things are important to me, and that's what keeps our city great. So this is why I'm here to ask that this emergency ordinance include assurances that the building on Virginia Avenue not be demolished. Taking down these homes means reducing the number of rent control units in our city. I plead for you to support rent control as you all promised. Rehabbing the building makes more sense than destroying it. By tearing it down, you will displace many families. All of the families are open to working with the city and CCSM. I think you can all agree that the patience shown by all of us for the last 5 years of broken promises and subpar repairs have been nothing short of amazing. Renovation could be done 4 units at a time, which would make it much easier to keep the cost down for CCSM and ultimately the city of Santa Monica. The current estimates of $1 million per unit for renovation seems very inflated. Preserving this beautiful community and our homes is what helps reduce homelessness, and sorry, that's my place. The stability of having a place to call home is a human need. I know that city council here in Santa Monica is not a high-paying job, so I thank you for the service that you provide. The American dream of working hard and having a house is one that is unattainable for so many of us in Santa Monica. But having a real neighborhood and a community is special, not easily replaced, and should be part of everyone's American dream. Thank you.
Thank you. Matub? Does not appear to be here. Govind Kumar? Lacey Stansell?
Hi, I'm speaking for item 16. My name is Lacey. I was a member of the storytelling class as part of the Family Pride program at the Crow last year. I am a very proudly deaf and disabled member of the LGBTQIA+ community, and the intensity of my pride and all of those identities is largely a result of being a member of that class. I grew up in a small town in Georgia where I had no exposure to disabled people or happily out people. That caused me to have very delayed discoveries of my queer identity, as well as internalized ableism and homophobia. That class, teachers, and classmates made me feel safe enough to reveal deeply vulnerable parts of my life I had never previously discussed in public. We truly went from strangers to a family in just 6 weeks, and I felt such a strong sense of belonging thanks to this class. I feel so grateful this program brought these people into my life and solidified my passion for and talent in storytelling. It was very much a collective effort to help me discover my story and my voice, and now I can confidently say I am a storyteller. I have performed the story I wrote in the class for many audiences since, and everyone comments on how much they appreciate my openness about the hardships I've had in life and how I've given others the confidence to share their story too. Please help to fund this again so that more people can discover their stories, build a community, gain more pride in their identities, and be the positive representation for young people that is truly needed. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm going to call the next batch of names. Kiana Achoy, Kelsey Anonson, Harper Rupert, Diana Flores. Hi.
Perfect. So my name is Kiana Choi, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Generations of Virginia Avenue. I'm speaking on 11A5. Tonight, we're kindly asking you to make assurances that were included in the emergency ordinance so that rehabilitation remains a priority, not demolition. Demolishing our building would strip us of our rent-controlled status and force many long-term residents out of Santa Monica entirely. Keeping people in their homes is the most effective way to prevent displacement and homelessness. Ensuring rehabilitation is a path forward, we are not just saving a building. We are protecting families, preserving a community, and upholding the values of stability and affordability that Santa Monica claims to champion. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Kelsey Anonson. Kelsey. Harper.
I'm Harper. I'm speaking on agenda 16F. I was also a participant in the last Family Pride class, and this program is very special. It showcases such amazing diversity within our community. Every participant brings such a unique, humanizing story that reminds us that there's no single way to be queer, gay, or trans. This class helps both participants and audience members find affirmation in the way they identify or present. These personal narratives humanize us and educate people who might otherwise view us differently. And I feel like these stories are very important during this time when we need to open minds and soften hearts. Beyond the program's personal impact for the storytellers, Family Pride has generated new shows, attracted new audiences, brought on new patrons, and created a lot of positive exposure in the city of Santa Monica. In a time where so many LGBTQ people face legislative attacks and hatred across the community, I hope that the city of Santa Monica will continue to be a place of inclusion. I hope that you'll continue to support Family Pride's efforts and show that Santa Monica is committed to being a place where art, community, and diversity are celebrated. Thank you.
We have Diana Flores, and I'll call the next batch of names. Nina Nguyen, Carmel Velez, Denise Barton, Eric Estrada.
I'm speaking on agenda item 11A5, and out of respect for your time, I'm going to keep this very short and sweet. I am representing the strong and very resilient minority residents at 2033 through 2109 Virginia Avenue, also known as Generations at Virginia Avenue in the Pico neighborhood. We support the city expanding the proclamation declaring a local emergency on homelessness. We were incredibly grateful to see our complex listed on that expanded proclamation. Without the city's support to fund the necessary building rehabilitation and preserve our rent-controlled status, our residents face the very real threat of homelessness. The housing crisis in Santa Monica disproportionately impacts minorities and seniors. Our community staying together on this property directly affects our family's survival rates. We sincerely appreciate your continued efforts in advocating for the well-being of your most vulnerable residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Nina?
Hi, I'm speaking for item 16F, storyectomy. My name's Nina. I'm a stand-up comedian, and I'm transgender. And I mentioned those two identities because they're often like in conflict with each other. With my job, there's no like HR department, and it needs one, but it's things get really hostile. Like a couple years ago, there used to be like a facade whenever people would do hate speech on stage, be like, it's a joke, like, can't you learn, take a joke, it's comedy. But now like that guise isn't there anymore. And now people will be like, it's common sense now, come on now. And people are like emboldened. And I see this hatred growing. And what Nicole at the Crow has created with Stereectomy is they created a place that like centers and uplifts marginalized voices consistently. And I want to highlight consistent because you have to keep doing it. And like comedy clubs all over the country, they have like gay night or whatever. I've done the show. It's a good show. But the very next day, the same toxicity continues. And so what the Crow does is they continually create a culture where they're like, hey, you know, transphobia is not going to fly here. Sexism, racism, homophobia, you will bomb on stage if you do that here. And then we've created this culture. And that allows me to go up to a place where I don't have to rub shoulders with someone who doesn't want me to exist. And the first family pride Stereectomy was, it was like this like collective group hug where we were allowed a safe place to tell our stories. And so it's not enough to do it once. I think it's more important to do it the second time. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. Carmel? Or Caramel, sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong.
It's Caramel, thank you. I'm speaking on 16F. At the age of 7, I knew I was gay. It was also when I was first othered by being so. Now, I've been othered for several different reasons, my color, race, and the fact that at times I'd love to wear my Minnie Mouse PJs to every social event. I learned early on that community and inclusion are so important, and it took me years to find a space that felt like home to me. The first time was when I made some queer friends in high school and attended my first Pride Parade in Nebraska. The second time is when I met my beautiful wife, Nina Wen, of 9 years, sitting behind me. And the third time was when I signed up for Family Pride Stereectomy and was able to meet the most incredible, kind, and talented people I've ever met in my life. Nicole Blaine has made something so special with Family Pride Stereectomy, a place to laugh, cry, and heal through the power of sharing our stories. I found community and friends and support in the class and healed that little queer girl in her Minnie Mouse pajamas. And I want the next queer kid, parent, friend, or family member to have the experience and have the chance to do so. So hopefully you guys will continue to fund it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Denise Barton.
And good evening on item 11A, the homeless strategy. I have many questions. The first is, can you declare a homeless emergency for a problem this Santa Monica City Council is creating by actions like not enforcing the Supreme Court's grants past decision? Or would that be a better question to ask the state in reference to the city's homeless grant funding? In addition, if the council's actions are a contributing factor to an increased number of homeless in the city, why would you think that residents or anyone else wants any more taxpayer dollars going to catering to the homeless? The only thing I can say is if you do the same thing that hasn't worked in the past and you expect something different, it's financially irresponsible insanity. You want to put more city funds toward the homeless instead of toward libraries to be open for the children, showing how much you really care about the children. Then on the POD program, which began in 2017, wasn't it originally funded with funds from the ballot measure HH in 2014, not the Housing Trust Fund? Along with having to take issue with the city saying it's for low-income seniors, due to Jim Kemper stating that the housing staff has never verified the income of POD recipients at previous city council meetings. Then, if I remember correctly, the last time the city attorney's office addressed the city council about needed eviction protection, it was not an excessive number that needed more staffing. So what has changed needing more staffing now? Also, aren't GS funds supposed to go to building more affordable housing and not to pay for more staff in the city attorney's office? And finally, I have concerns about the proposed FFA program being abused, considering you're using taxpayer dollars for funding and the POD recipients not being income verified. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barton. Erica Estrada, and I'm going to call the next few. Nicole Blaine, Renee Garcia, Manuel Lares, and John C. Smith.
Hello, my name's Erica. I'm speaking on 16F. Hello, distinguished panel of judges. My name is Erica, and I was a student at the Crow Storyectomy Family Pride last June. You might look at me and immediately think, this bubbly little lady must have it all. Why in the world she's here to advocate for this? Well, I've been doing stand-up for 2 years when I started the Crow Storyectomy class, but I recently decided to stop because of how things in the countries were going. At the time, I thought to myself, no one wants to hear what I have to say. This country has made it clear that it wants nothing to do with me because of the way I look, who I choose to love, how I choose to live my life. I can go on. I can't speak for everyone, but Nicole was a surrogate mother for those who didn't have a supportive parent in their life. I'm lucky enough to have a mom who's supportive for the most part. She's not supportive like Nicole when it comes to me being a puppeteer, but that's a whole other thing. I can't stress how important storyectomy was for me and my classmates, who I can now call my friends. I'm now doing comedy again because one thing that storyectomy, Nicole, and Jeffrey J., who was our other instructor, taught us is that our voice matters, our stories matter. Me being a puppeteer matters. I know that's not entirely connected to storyectomy, but it bears reminding. But thank you for not falling asleep during my speech. I have a tendency to do that with my voice, but I'm very passionate about this, so thank you.
Great, love it. Nicole, sorry, that was inappropriate. Nicole.
Hi, thank you. I'm Nicole Blaine, and it is an honor to be back here this year to ask for funding again. As you can see, these incredible humans have meant the world to me, and it is an honor to have not known them a year ago and now to know that I am part of this family. I am a 501c3 nonprofit that has a mission to make sure that we use storytelling for social justice and to move forward so that we can be a better place and to create a safe environment, especially right now. And when you hear someone's true story and when you learn who they are and you can fall in love with them, especially through the lens of comedy, and you understand that they're human, you can start to change the world with empathy. My son right now is at home, and I had to take him out of Lincoln Middle School. I grew up here. I went to Franklin, Lincoln, and Samo. I met my husband at Samo High. He is a theater teacher at Crossroads. We have our kids in the public school, and my son has been called gay and the F slur, and he is now at home depressed, and I can't get him out of bed. I do this for him. I do this so that he knows that he can grow up and be okay and safe in this world. I will record every single one of these stories. It is free and open to the public. We look for all different points of view so that anyone can apply. And Jeffrey and I are the co-teachers that create the safe space. We will film this so that not only the Santa Monica residents can come and see this show for free, but that we can publicly put it out and other children across the world can also feel safe. I feel honored that the Crow has been the first place to have a few children that have publicly transitioned. There is a child right now that for the first time is being called.
Thank you. Manuel?
Mayor Pro Tem, Manuel Lares, it looks like you're receiving additional time from Carmen Quintana Rosa. Is that correct? Okay.
Thank you. You have 4 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Manuel Lares. Spoke briefly last meeting. I'm a fourth-generation Santa Monican. My great-grandmother came to the beach cities back in 1890 when Santa Monica was a tomato orchard and West LA was a mud pit, the same mud pit that the bricks that built ECLA was carved from. Family's been here for a long time. That's my mother's side. My father's side, my long-time restaurant in Santa Monica, Laris Restaurant, over there by Ray's. We own that, pretty much that whole block, including Ray's. Been here for many years. And I'm also the Director of Operations and Development for Homies Unidos, the organization that's requesting the city absorb the cost of a march that we're doing. It's 16I, I believe. Is that on 16I? And so I'm here to answer any questions if you have questions about who we are. Real briefly, Homies Unidos is we're an internationally recognized violence prevention organization that works with gang members all across Los Angeles, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Honduras. And we function from the premise that all violence comes from all violence we function from the premise that all violence is a result of humiliation and embarrassment. All violence, doesn't matter what it is. And which kind of what I want to talk to you about a little bit. It was wonderful to see how people were talking about the heritage of Santa Monica in regards to physical space. I want to talk to you a little bit about the heritage that's different of Santa Monica. When I was a kid, I was trained by a Santa Monica program called Kids City, or Youth in Action. I mean, they showed us how to organize empowerment, power, political organizing. We took that organizing, I took the organizing and created gang peace treaties all across Los Angeles, here in West LA first, and then all throughout the state. Developed an evidence-based practice on how to reduce gang violence across the nation, reduce gang homicide rates in LA County by 75% in an 8-year period. We know what we're doing, and that's how I interface with Homies Unidos. We sit at the intersection of immigration and the criminalization of immigrants in the country. And so I came up here to, as my colleagues, to say, we need to recover our, humanity for immigrants. But I'm thinking about it. This march isn't about immigrants. This is about how Santa Monica, with such a long heritage of being on the front edge of justice and creating an army of organizers out of the programs that came out of the city, needs to come and rescue our own humanity. And that's what the march is about. A lot of people might have had questions about whether or not bringing immigrants to a march is healthy or helpful right now. But it's really not about them. It's about us as a long, rich history of being innovators and progressives and fighting for justice out of this little city. Someone called it a little tiny city. You'd be surprised at how many of our organizers are out there. We changed California from what P. Wilson created to what California is now. I see them all the time. And I'm asking that you support our march, and so we can recover our own humanity and reestablish our heritage.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lars. John C. Smith, Zoe Mountaineer, Amy Gottstein, Dolores Sloan. I had called John C. Smith a couple of times, and I do not see him. Zoe Mountaineer? Okay, and if Amy Gottstein, Dolores Sloan, and Kurt Gonska could line up.
Mayor Pro Tem Torosis, Zoe Montaner, it looks like she signed up for 2 items.
She already had time, though.
Images that I sent earlier today. Thank you. The break gave me chance to go to St. Monica's Church for their Lent retreat. We started Lent last Wednesday.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify, is it?
One of the images.
I mean, there's 38 images,
can you
so it's combined.
Keep on passing, and I'll let you know which one it is.
Sorry, can we just get clarification? How much time is she allowed? Yeah.
Well, it looks like she signed up for 2 items, so that's what I wanted to get.
Yes, I'm going to be speaking on item 11A, 16G, and 16H. They all have to deal with rent and rent control.
And how much time is she?
2 minutes.
It was 2 minutes. 2
Total.
minutes was requested for each item.
And how much time is she allowed total, given that she already commented?
It's 6 per meeting, and.
So I already commented on 2 minutes, so.
Yeah, so she's allowed 4 minutes. Okay.
Okay, so I'll set the timer. Okay, and then I'll flip through.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. As I was saying, we started Lent, and I had to speak to Council Member Raskin because the day that we did the homeless count, one of his friends that is the president of the Ocean Park Association started harassing me back in August, and I was taking pictures, and he called the police to remove me from my own church, from the church that I go every Sunday. Every day, actually, I go to Mass at 12:10. So we have to be doing better, and I understand that he's your friend and he has political connections in the city, but that is not ethical. It doesn't reflect good on the city. It doesn't reflect good on the Ocean Park Association leadership. And that is that.
Sorry.
I'm going to continue talking about 11A. So I read the Renters Protection Program Analysis, Key Findings and Recommendations, the attachment B, and I read it, and I want to bring to your attention that incident with Sean Besser and Maureen Morris, who were scamming the city by renting a building from...
Sorry, again, City Attorney, is this pertinent to the item?
Is pertaining Renters Protections Programs Analysis, Key Findings and Recommendations.
If you could limit your comments to the subject matter of the item, thanks.
Well, if you're going to talk about rental protections, harassment is not a rental protection. Renting a building to go over the MAR established by rent control is not rental protection. So what Sean Besser and Maureen Morris did was rent a building from Paloma Investment Properties. I sent the lease to the city and to rent control and to all of you. And instead of renting apartments, they started renting rooms to double or triple the MAR. So that is not a rental protection. I was told by Officer Howell, after you guys went to the meeting of closed session, that the city attorney didn't file, the city attorney told code enforcement that there might be legislation coming from California state, and because of that, they could not find them. So the city attorney told Maurice Cauchy from code enforcement that there might be legislation coming from California, so let's give Sean Becerra a pass when he's giving the city a black eye. That is not rent protections. That is toxicity inside our government. It is dangerous. It exposes the city to litigation when two departments, the Santa Monica Police Department and Code Enforcement, is telling that the city attorney is telling them not to file penalties for someone that is giving a black eye to the city. And then we ask why we are in the dire situation financially that we are. So I'm going to give you emails from Officer Tago, the small claims that I filed against Maureen Morris, and emails that I sent back in August to rent control and to code enforcement, letting them know what was happening. Sean Besser is bad.
Thank you, Ms. Montaner. Amy Gottstein, Dolores Sloan, Kurt Gonska. Okay.
Good evening, everybody. It is rare for a property management company to be raided by the FBI, but that's what happened to Atlanta-based Cortland Management's headquarters last May as part of a criminal antitrust investigation by the U.S. Department of Justice into a conspiracy to artificially inflate rents for apartment units. RealPage provides software and services to managers of residential rental apartments, including their YieldStar and AIRM software. When it was acquired in December 2020 by private equity firm Thoma Bravo for over $10 billion, RealPage had nearly 32,000 clients, including each of the 10 largest multifamily property management companies in the U.S. In Tennessee, for example, RealPage has been working with at least 21 large landlords and institutional investors encompassing 70% of multifamily apartment buildings and 16 million units nationwide to systematically push up rents. The DOJ lawsuit accuses RealPage, Cortland, and several other managers of large-scale multifamily residential apartment buildings of using RealPage's software to fix, raise, stabilize, or maintain at artificially high levels the rental prices for multifamily residential real estate across the U.S. Landlords adopt RealPage recommendations on pricing 80 to 90% of the time. Greystar is the nation's largest manager and operates in Santa Monica. Amongst the allegations, landlords utilize RealPage to conspire to forego competition, share sensitive information, and delegate rent-setting authority to RealPage to charge inflated rents. They've also been described as a cartel. For renters, of course, this scheme is invisible, bilking consumers for the sake of gaining profits. I fully support your partnership with the Rent Board towards banning the use of RealPage and
Thank you so much, Ms. Gottstein. Dolores, Dolly.
Mayor Pro Tem Trosas, I believe this is a request for a commissioner.
Okay.
Special time.
On behalf of the Landmarks Commission? Yes. Have they asked you to come? Okay, all right.
Excuse me, I'm dealing with a hearing assistance that isn't working, so I'll do my best. Good evening, council members. I'm Dolores Sloan, Landmarks Commissioner, here to thank Council Members Hall and Zwick and Mayor Pro Tempore Tesouris for the motion you proposed on item 16 and to ask the consideration and adoption of it by the council tonight. As stated so eloquently, it asks the city manager to work with the Landmarks Commission to make meaningful the council's support for the city's historical preservation work through the lens of social justice. Social justice are the key words. It asks that they return within 1 year, and then I quote, with options and costs to implement a, quote, closer look, that's a key word, to implement a closer look into owners and occupants of proposed landmarks and create guidelines on how to uncover and interpret the history of previously under-recognized groups. At its monthly meeting last night, the Landmarks Commission expressed its appreciation for the council's acceptance at its last meeting, or no, it was the February 11th meeting, of our working group report and request passage of tonight's proposed motion. This motion will spearhead a historic preservation program that considers and includes all of Santa Monica's diverse population communities. I want to add that the working group is the Commission's active partnership with the Committee for Racial Justice, a vital community force in this effort. We thank them, the Santa Monica Conservancy, and all community groups and residences who have contributed skills and time to this effort. Please vote yes tonight on tonight's motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolly. We appreciate you. Commissioner Kirk Gonska, Albin Gielitz, and Harvey Etter. My apologies, Chair Gonska.
Thank you. Good evening. As mentioned, my name is Kirk Gonska, and I'm the chair of the Santa Monica Rent Control Board, appearing before you in my personal capacity as a Santa Monica resident. I'm here tonight speaking in favor of item 16G, brought by Mayor Pro Tem Terosis and Council Members Raskin and Hall, to create an ordinance banning the use of algorithmic rent price fixing software in Santa Monica. As we know, rent prices here and across the region have skyrocketed, making rent unaffordable for far too many residents. Price fixing software allows building owners to share non-public information with each other in order to collectively increase rent prices. This is textbook collusion that reduces the healthy impacts of competition and puts already overburdened renters at an unfair advantage. On another extremely concerning note, LA County's Department of Consumer and Business Affairs reports that some property owners accused of price gouging during the current wildfire emergency have admitted that this type of software helped them to do it. San Francisco banned the use of this software last year, and there are lawsuits pending against companies such as RealPage, brought by the U.S. Department of Justice, the state of California, and 9 other states. Collusion software has no place in our community, and it should be banned. I urge you to help level the playing field for renters by supporting item 16G. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonska. Appreciate you. Mr. Gulich.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Terosis, fellow council members. I am here speaking on behalf of myself about item 16F, and I have to say I'm delighted to see such a turnout in support of this item. So yes, I hope the rest of you would support this item too. I'm on the SAMO Pride Committee with as Deputy City Manager Christopher Smith. And we really look forward to this year coming together over one weekend and coalescing all the different Pride activities over the weekend of June 21st and 22nd. So we really could appreciate your support in waiving some of the fees associated with bringing all this to life. Thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. Harvey Eder.
Mayor Pro Tem, Mr. Eder signed up for more than one item for a total of 4 minutes.
Yes. Okay. Good evening. My name's Harvey Eder. I'm speaking for myself and have a Public Solar Power Coalition and the tenants group at Step Up on Second. Speaking on 11A and a couple of items on 16. On 11A, there wasn't available anyway. I'm concerned about this plan for the next 5 years. I see nothing in it. And I've been going to meetings of the Housing Commission for the past 6 months and whatnot about home ownership. They have 6 committees. There's nothing about home ownership. Now, there was a study done 2-3 years ago. I don't know what's happened to it, but I heard it was criticized. You got the Santa Monica for Renters' Rights, very influential, putting in councils for decades. And they don't deal with home ownership. They told us that we're interested in buying the building. They can't help us. Anyway, there's problems here. Also, on the issue about the CEQA. Okay, CEQA requires, it's part of their guidelines, socioeconomic, political economics, issues of controlled decision-making, who owns the property, who's going to get over it. The overview is happening in our culture now. Okay, you got the billionaires and the oligarchy and corruption, you know, all this stuff going on. What's going on now, the Reconciliation Act, okay, we are losing. I've been denied in the last few weeks a COVID shot and a flu shot. Been taken off of many. I know another guy in my building this happened. I know another vet. They would not give him his medicine. So we're being slammed on that. We're being slammed on housing and on Social Security. All right? So we've got to look at setting up our own independent stuff, co-ops, whatever, community groups, to do this independently. The industry is doing this, and it's changing. That's $4 trillion, 20% of our economy is healthcare. And healthcare is now, HHS is funding housing. Housing is health. It's a prerequisite, it's part of it. So that, and energy, transportation, electricity, we can see what's going on. And this got to be done. These fires and all this stuff coming off, this is an opportunity to rebuild. Okay, there's recently an article from the insurance commissioner, and there's, I'm incorporating by reference things on, by the Frontline on the economy and what happened in 2008, and that the insurance industry, that there are regulated and unregulated banks, shadow banks, that one owns the other owns, that's what's happening, and we hear all this stuff from the left and the right about the crisis of where we're in now. We got to deal with this as a community and as a society. Okay, so on 16, so it's required in the guidelines by CEQA that you have to look at controlled decision making. You can't just give it exemptions, all right? So on the stuff with DE and then, okay, all the stuff with renters, trying to keep it diverse and keep it low income and seniors. There's a review now of the commission for seniors and disabled. That all this stuff has to stop. And has to be reevaluated. So also that this money, where they say, oh, the prices are going up, and then you set up a fund, and that money should be used as an option for down payment to buy the place, straight up. All right, so this is real important, and it takes a different mindset and a different view of this. Also, we've been going to this thing about the Visiting Justice Committee in the Assembly. I don't know what they said, the juxtaposition of the fires to abuse. Is something with the church screwing up or individual foibles versus ecological crisis and a foible of our species? Enough. Okay, we've got to get perspective and reality. Trump pulled us out of the climate thing 4 years ago. We tried to protest this. They try to do it now. This stuff is on. That's an existential threat, straight up. That's the way it is. And he says it's a Chinese fraud. Enough. They got 40% of solar thermal and 90% that products of photovoltaics.
Thank you, Mr. Etter. Great. That concludes public comment. We will now move on to the remaining agenda items. Item 11A, our homeless strategic plan and renter protection program. Do we have a staff report? Great.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. I am Ashay Stevenson, Acting Administrator of the Homelessness Prevention and Intervention Team, the project lead on the Homelessness Strategic Plan, and a grateful resident of downtown Santa Monica for the past 22 years. I'm here to present the HSP, which serves as our annual interdepartmental update on homelessness for 2025. In November 2022, Moss Adams published the Homelessness Study, which is a comprehensive study of the city's homelessness response and prevention efforts, focusing on three primary areas: the city's planning, reporting, and communication environment, the federal, state, and local service ecosystem, and the city-led interventions in resource utilization. The Homelessness Study proposed 19 recommendations, five of which Moss Adams deemed critical priorities, including a unifying strategic plan, which is the HSP. As you will see in the HSP, these critical priorities are reflected in the objectives and performance measures under the 4 strategic pillars referenced later. In brief, the purpose of the HSP is to define what the city will prioritize in the next 5 years, provide a living document which will guide decision-making, and be a tool for transparency and accountability. The purpose of the implementation plan, which is referenced later, is to define how the city will achieve the goals and objectives in the HSP. In September 2023, the HSP project team, led by representatives from the Housing and Human Services Department, or HHS, and our consultant, Barry Dunn, who is here with us tonight, started the process of creating the HSP. Although HHS is the executive sponsor of the HSP, this is an interdepartmental plan, as homelessness affects all city departments and needs both the involvement from our internal partners and the feedback from our external partners. The inputs to create the HSP include participation from 80 city staff members representing 15 city departments, from department heads to those overseeing the work on the ground. Staff contributed through individual and intra-departmental group interviews, interdepartmental strategic pillar and policy review sessions, and citywide strategic planning sessions. The HSP project team then presented to 63 external stakeholders, from the library board to the disabilities, housing, human services, and recreation and parks commissions, and finally to our service providers with whom the city contracts to address and prevent homelessness. The HSP consists of the mission, vision, values, goals, objectives, and performance measures. In the interest of time, I will share a high-level overview of the mission, vision, values, and goals. There are 19 objectives and 82 performance measures, all of which are outlined in the HSP and on which we will report progress via public-facing dashboards and an annual presentation to council. The mission is the overall purpose of the city's response to homelessness, And the vision is the desired future for the city's response to homelessness. The values are the core principles that best define the way in which the city will conduct its response to homelessness. When the department heads met in January 2024 for their initial strategic planning session, they built off of the existing 4 pillars for preventing and addressing homelessness adopted by council in March 2019 and modified them to include prevention, intervention, coordination, and communication with corresponding goals. The goal of prevention is prohibiting people who live in Santa Monica from losing their housing and includes strategies like the Renters Protections Program, the details of which will be shared shortly. The goal of intervention is assisting people who have lost their housing to quickly connect to local and/or regional resources, including shelter and treatment beds. The goal of coordination is working with regional and state partners to leverage resources and services, both for those who lost their housing in the city and those who lost their housing outside the city but are now living on our streets. And finally, the goal of communication is sharing our progress in achieving the objectives and performance measures, both internally and externally, in a way that is digestible and user-friendly. The city will now begin the process of implementing the HSP, which will include finalizing the implementation plan and communication plan. As with the creation of the HSP, there will be an interdepartmental group which will monitor the progress of achieving the performance measures and determine when additional staff and/or financial resources are necessary to do so. As referenced in the What's Next table of the HSP, the city has already begun work on many of the objectives, so the majority of them are in progress. HHS will return to council in the fall of 2026 to report on the progress made on the performance measures, which will serve as our annual interdepartmental update on homelessness moving forward. I will now turn over the presentation to my colleague, Richard Diaz. Thank you for your time and attention and for your service to the Santa Monica community.
Thank you, Shay. Hi, my name is Richard Diaz. I'm a senior administrative analyst with the city's housing division. I'm here to present on the recommendations for the Renters Protections Programming that is part of the HSP. Housing staff compiled these Renters Protections recommendations at the direction of City Council. Specifically, Council requested 2 things. One was for the resources and recommendations for the implementation of a right to counsel for all Santa Monica renters in unlawful detainer proceedings, and 2 was for an estimate of the funding to provide flexible financial assistance to vulnerable renters. In response to that council direction, city staff contracted with Fetterman Dunn Consulting for support with research and recommendation development for renters' protections. The consultant's full report is included as an attachment to the HSP staff report. Now we will review the recommendations for the expanded Right to Counsel program, which is a portion of the renters' protections. The first key service recommendation under the Right to Counsel is for expanded community outreach. The goal for outreach is to build awareness of the services available to our community members that need it. And the second key service recommendation is for tenant rights education. Education is seen as a preventative tool that enables tenants to make more informed decisions so they can better secure their housing long term. Education efforts will be strongly tied to our community outreach efforts. The third and final key service recommendation under the Right to Counsel is for expanded legal services. Staff recommend expanding the city's existing Right to Counsel program, and staff recommend that the Right to Counsel services be made broad enough to provide full scope representation for those who need it, or to provide limited services for those who do not, or in cases where funding and capacity limitations may not enable full scope offerings for all applicants. All eligible Santa Monica renters should be offered some form of legal services. Staff also recommend developing a vulnerability index to determine the level of service for renters that request legal assistance. Next, let's review the recommendations for the Flexible Financial Assistance Programming, which is separate from the Right to Counsel programming, but also under renters' protections. The first key service recommendation is for offering preventative financial assistance. The goal for this assistance is to prevent at-risk households from ever reaching the stage of getting an unlawful detainer filed against them. Staff recommend that this preventative financial assistance include 3 types of assistance. The first type of preventative financial assistance being recommended is one-time assistance, also known as emergency assistance, of up to $5,000 per 12-month period per household. The second type of preventative financial assistance is shallow assistance. This is assistance paid out over a longer term, but only up to a year, at lower levels of monthly payments. And this would be up to $10,000 per 12-month period per household. And the third and final type of preventative financial assistance being recommended is for deep assistance. This is shorter-term assistance, perhaps a few months or so, at higher levels of monthly payments. Again, this would be up to $10,000 per year per household. And the second key service under the Flexible Financial Assistance Program is for eviction prevention financial assistance for tenants that are participating in the Right to Counsel program and are involved in an unlawful detainer case. Staff recommend providing up to $20,000 of eviction prevention financial assistance per unlawful detainer involved tenant as a resource for settling their cases and saving their tenancy, or to support the relocation for those who lose their case. This $20,000 maximum amount is in line with other similar programs offered by Stay Housed LA and the City of San Francisco. And the third key service recommendation under the Flexible Financial Assistance Program is for housing stability and case management for renters. This would be offered to renters that have other factors beyond just financial factors, which put them at risk of losing their housing. Now let's review the recommended eligibility considerations for both the Right to Counsel expansion and the Flexible Financial Assistance Program. Staff are recommending the first eligibility consideration be that households are residents of Santa Monica. The second recommended eligibility consideration is that household income is at or below 80% AMI, which is the area median income. And the third consideration is for prioritization based on vulnerability factors, such as whether or not minor children are in the home, the age of a tenant, the length of their tenancy, and their disability status. There will be additional considerations specific to the Flexible Financial Assistance Program. These additional considerations include households must demonstrate that their rent going forward is sustainable, and also requests for emergency assistance will require verification of a financial emergency within the last 12 months. We'd also like to acknowledge the potential challenges that could apply both to the Right to Counsel expansion and the Flexible Financial Assistance Program. The first challenge is around capacity constraints. A strategy that staff recommend to overcome this challenge is to provide multi-year funding so that qualifying partner organizations have the financial resources to secure and retain adequate staffing capacity over a longer term. The second challenge is around community awareness. This was a challenge that was identified during our stakeholder interviews, as there was some concern that some eligible and vulnerable renters may not be fully aware of all the services available to them. To overcome this challenge, staff are recommending a multi-pronged outreach approach, which we will review in the next slide. And the third challenge is around funding constraints. This challenge acknowledges that the city is resource constrained, but thankfully there is funding available from Measure GS that will allow us to provide these recommended programs without any anticipated impacts to the general fund. For this challenge, staff do recommend a prioritized scope implementation to focus these programs and resources on the city's most vulnerable renters, with annual reassessments being done. Finally, I'll also add that performance evaluations for both of these programs will be a major focus for staff. Data collection and metrics evaluations will be done at the same frequency as other HSP report outs. And to expand on the outreach plan, a multi-pronged approach is recommended to reach our most vulnerable renters and to make them aware of the Renters Protection Services. The plan is to use a variety of communication methods, including holding in-person community meetings, doing public postings, sending out physical mailers, and also doing a digital outreach campaign. Outreach communications will be done in tenants' primary languages. Staff will also expand our outreach by leveraging partner networks, such as working with nonprofit agencies and community groups. And additionally, the Housing Division will also work with other city agencies like rent control to leverage mailing lists and other available resources. And finally, here's an overview of the projected initial funding for these programs. Staff recommend up to $2 million in initial funding for the Right to Counsel expansion and up to $6 million for the Flexible Financial Assistance for a total of $8 million. The projected sources for this are up to $7 million from Measure GS and $1 million in a state pro-housing grant that has already been secured and must be used by June of 2027. At these funding levels, staff project being able to secure 5 additional attorneys for the right to counsel expansion and to provide up to 200 tenants with full scope legal representation. Staff also anticipates serving close to 600 households through the Flexible Financial Assistance Program, which would be through one-time assistance, also known as emergency assistance, intermediate assistance, which included the deep and shallow assistance, and the eviction prevention financial assistance. That concludes our review of the Renters Protections Program. I'll hand things over to our department director now.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Heather Averick, Director of Housing and Human Services. The Moss Adams report recommendations referenced earlier also recommended the city appropriately match staff capacity and resources with community expectations related to homelessness prevention and response. This recommendation led to the creation of the Housing and Human Services Department, as well as my position. However, our department's managerial staffing and homelessness prevention and intervention positions have remained static, despite the expansion of programs related to homelessness over the last few years. As outlined within the Homelessness Strategic Plan and the Renter Protections Programs, we plan to continue to expand programming, and in furtherance of expansion and oversight of these efforts, we are seeking a division reorganization and the addition of 3 new staff. The creation of a standalone Homelessness Prevention and Intervention Division will provide dedicated, hands-on management, including advancing goals of the HSP, and will provide more focused resources on regional coordination and collaboration in tandem with myself. 2 additional gaps exist, with a need for a staff person devoted to oversight of outreach coordination, including assessing gaps and using data to pivot resources quickly to address areas of concern. That's the senior HPI analyst. As well as a staff person to provide housing navigation and support connecting eligible individuals to vouchers, assisting them from referral through move-in in a timely manner. That's the senior housing specialist. Given that homelessness remains one of Council's ongoing priorities, and community feedback from the budget survey overwhelmingly identified homelessness as a top priority, and that this ask will have no impact on the general fund, we ask that Council proceed with the division reorganization and allocation of appropriate staff as outlined here on the slide. As you can see from the Measure GS Fund snapshot, the division reorganization and staffing asks are less than 50% of year 1 administration funds. Measure GS applications for committee members have been posted, and Council will be appointing members for the committee at your next Council meeting on March 25th. Housing and Human Services will engage with the committee once it is appointed and has full quorum regarding the right to counsel and flexible financial assistance programs for additional input as we work to advance the renter protection programs. Finally, there is an existing proclamation declaring a local emergency on homelessness, which expires May 31st, 2025. We are seeking an extension of the proclamation through December 31st, 2026. As you can see on the slide, and as outlined in detail in the staff report, the proclamation has been used to advance several efforts expeditiously. With that, I will turn it back to Council for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Averick. Does anyone, sorry, Mr. Sloan.
Council, I have one correction to read into the record on the proclamation, sub-item 5, if I could do that now.
Sure.
On page 8, the final paragraph, strike the following words, on May 31st, 2024, upon expiration of the 2024 proclamation. That's all. Thank you.
Got it. So we are changing the date to be correct. Got it. Thank you. Do any of my colleagues have questions? I do not see any in the queue. Get on in there. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you for the report. I saw deep buried in there that we are spending $200K on a cost and feasibility study of middle income housing. Can you justify that expense or explain why we need that?
We're not actually spending that amount. We were just putting cost estimates in the what's next table so that if we wanted to pursue something like that, that's what it would cost.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, no problem. Thanks.
No questions? Oh, Councilmember Zwick.
Thank you for that report. Excited to see this plan come to fruition, and the reorganization and also the public-facing dashboards that are anticipated to show our progress. Just some clarification that I think is it the $8 million? Is that an allocation over multiple years or?
That is the initial funding.
Or is there a time period associated with it?
No. That's what we're going to start the program with.
But we don't anticipate how long that will take us?
No, we anticipate that within 12 to 18 months, we'll get the expansion for the right to counsel program going and establish the flexible financial assistance program up and running.
And the 5 additional lawyers, that's an anticipated outside sort of consulting or people that we'll be hiring in our office?
Those won't be in-house. They'll be through a lead agency to provide the legal services.
Got it, like a contract. Have we done, as obviously we're looking at 2 programs here that have significant budget allocations, both with financial flexible assistance and right to counsel. Have we done a comparative analysis of the comparative effectiveness of each of these programs? Just because, I don't know, I'm just curious in terms of allocating how much to one versus the other.
Yes, our consultants did a lot of analysis and trying to assess the need for these programs. Their analysis showed that there were approximately 472 annual unlawful detainers filed against Santa Monica residents. And through their analysis, that gauged the need for right to counsel services to help protect these renters. Their analysis also showed that there was 1,412 3-day notices served, estimated on an annual basis, to renters that needed flexible financial assistance. That gave some sort of idea of the need between the 2 programs.
Okay. Did you have, I'm not sure if you have this analysis either for Santa Monica or just generally regarding the percentage of unlawful detainers that are filed as a result of non-payment of rent?
Yes, it was approximately 80% of the unlawful detainers that were filed due to non-payment of rent. I believe the exact percentage was 76%.
Okay. I just ask only because when I get back to this idea of effectiveness, it's my understanding that there's no strict legal defense against non-payment of rent. If
there's, well, it depends on the case. I'll say it like that. I'm not a lawyer, but I can tell you nationwide, I believe only about 3% of renters have legal representation in unlawful detainer cases, and 80% of landlords do. So
right. I was asking more that obviously there's procedural issues, but when it comes to non-payment of rent, there's no defense necessarily.
If we're talking only about non-payment, that's one thing, but yes, the lawyer can help with procedural issues, also may be able to work something out so it doesn't affect the tenant's credit and those types of things too.
Okay. I ask only because it's my understanding that absent procedural issues, it's hard to defend against non-payment of rent, and if that's the case in so many eviction cases, I wonder whether flexible financial assistance might be a better use of funding than more lawyers.
Can Romy address it, please?
Sure.
Romy Gancho with the City Attorney's Office. One of the benefits of this proposed financial assistance program is to try to provide this financial assistance before a tenant receives a 3-day notice to pay rent or quit, so before they're at the position where it's too late to redeem the tenancy because they've received this notice. So that's one of the, so the right to counsel would assist tenants once they've already gotten their eviction notice, but the flexible financial assistance could help them get ahead of that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dakane-Weisner.
Councilmember Zernitskaya has questions. If
Oh,
there's
great. She did not text me. Thank you. We will put her in the queue because she was before Councilmember Raskin. Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Thank you. So I just had a quick question about or 3 questions. So about the emergency declaration, is there a reason that we're only extending it through 2026? Do we have authority to extend it longer? You would just be able to add a little color on that.
This is sort of in keeping with the way that the emergency proclamations have been issued in the past. They're generally issued for about a year and will come back and renew as necessary, but it provides an opportunity to evaluate what's gone on over the past year and how effective it's been.
Thank you. And I also just wanted to get some clarity about the number of potential households and tenants who could help, that could be helped if this item were to pass and we were to allocate the amounts requested.
Yes. Was there a specific number you'd like me to discuss, Councilmember?
So I understand the right to counsel is the proposal for 2 million and the flexible financial assistance up to 5 million. If you would just be able to clarify how many people could be helped with those allocations.
Yes, and I'll go back to my slide if I may.
Yes, apologies. I was having audio issues here, so
Yes.
the joys of trying to join remotely.
So at these funding levels, we anticipate being able to provide full scope legal representation to about 200 tenants and also providing flexible financial assistance to about 502 other households. And I will add that a large portion of that flexible financial assistance is to help settle eviction defense cases, the eviction prevention financial assistance. So the total number of combined households we anticipate to be able to provide services to through both programs is approximately 782.
Great. Thank you so much for that clarification. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Councilmember Raskin.
Thank you. First, just a quick question for Romy. Am I correct in understanding that the city does not permit evictions for non-payment for less than 1 month of rent?
We don't currently have any prohibition on that at this point.
Okay.
Keep going, keep going.
Well, okay. I think we're going to get back to this, I think, in some direction later, but I phrased that in the inverse that I meant to say it, but I think answers the question. But sorry, I've got a second question. So I understand, so by July 2026, the goal is to create the proactive rental housing inspection program. I don't know, maybe someone else is best suited to answer this. But have you given thought at this point as to the funding mechanism for that? And is there opportunities to create something along the lines like a SCEP program, like systematic code enforcement program, like they have in the city of LA?
Good evening, Daniel Mick, Code Enforcement Manager. That's really exactly the program that I was looking at initially, as well as the new LA County program. My vision is go beyond just what SCEP or the LA County program does, where it really focuses on habitability. I want to go a step further, where it's more of a focus on livability. So it's not just thriving or surviving in a unit; it's thriving in a unit. But certainly, we would need to create a program that basically self-funds the program. Could be, per unit, yearly fees, whatever it might be. But yes, we have been beginning to discuss those types of programs.
Perfect, cool. Thank you very much. I think we'll have more discussion later, but that's all for now.
Yeah, I just have one final question and then maybe we can move into comments. So I understand that we have, as you mentioned, 472 UD cases filed on an annual basis, approximately, about 80%, like you mentioned, for non-payment of rent. But this is only proposing to serve 200 people with full scope legal capacity. And my understanding of right to counsel is that anyone who qualifies is entitled to an attorney. So how are we going to ensure that we're properly resourced to actually provide a true right to counsel?
Thank you. These are our prioritized recommendations, focusing on the most vulnerable renters first. As you'll see in the consultant's report, their budget was much higher than ours. We're trying to work with the resources that we have available through Measure GS and through additional grants, at the time of initial funding. That's why the focus is on initial funding. We'll continue to assess this program as it moves forward. And also we want to see what performance is like. We anticipate less people needing eviction prevention defense funds services if they're able to participate in the flexible financial assistance program. So that should hopefully prevent them from ever getting UDs filed against them or ever getting 3D notices. So hopefully we don't need 472 in the end.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to ensure that when we say right to counsel, because that has been something that our advocates all across the county have been very clear about, when you actually codify a right to counsel, that anyone who is entitled to an attorney qualifies, gets one. So I just want to make sure we're not over-promising, under-delivering. That was the point that I was trying to make. The therapeutic transport team and mental health crisis response teams are only funded through 2026. How are we planning on supplementing that to ensure that this is an ongoing program?
We negotiated the contract with the Department of Mental Health through 2026, which was a tough negotiation. And I mean, the Department of Mental Health funds the majority of it. The city actually puts a relatively small amount of funding forward for it. We are going to kind of assess next year what the Department of Mental Health, quite frankly, is willing to do. I know that we want to continue the program, and hopefully by then we'll have there are funding opportunities through the West Side City COG that we could use. There is a conversation about allocating funds based on point-in-time counts as opposed to evenly throughout the independent cities involved in the COG. So that could be a funding opportunity that we could use moving forward. But we're fortunate that we leverage a lot of county funds for that program.
Okay, I just want to make sure we spent a lot of time getting that up and running.
I know.
And so now we have the infrastructure in place that we're able to sustain it. So whatever you need from council on that advocacy piece, please engage us.
We appreciate that.
Okay, those are all my questions. I think we'll move into comments. So if any council members have feedback or comments, I believe the item here is just to provide direction. I just want to make sure that we're giving you what you need for the item. Councilmember Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you to the HHS team. Director Averick, I'm just very pleased to see this report, and specifically how you have nested specific projects and performance measures under each of your top-line priorities. These are the kind of performance metrics that I think this council is very interested in seeing when it comes to holding our departments accountable and holding our staff accountable and our services accountable for what the residents are asking for. So for all of the department heads who might see this, take note. It's a really great staff report. Thank you. Couple of minor things I guess smaller things, maybe not minor. On your what's next table on page 19 of your report, at the very bottom, you talk about prevention, two prevention initiatives, and one of them is the rental registry. I personally think and strongly disagree with your classification of the rental registry as a medium priority. It should be considered high. I get that it might not be urgent, but I do think it has very high importance because with that data, we can unlock so many more initiatives to protect our renters in the community. And hold bad actor landlords accountable. And then the final kind of point I have relates to my question. I now understand that we're not necessarily asking for $200K for a feasibility study of middle income housing. I don't think we need to be spending that money at all. We know what makes middle income housing possible. It's fixing our zoning and removing unnecessary design restrictions and zoning restrictions. So I hope that your department and CDD are talking to each other when it comes to that issue, and I think you'll probably see more initiatives from us up here to help fix that. So thank you.
Any other feedback? Councilmember Raskin.
Yeah, thank you. Really, thank you to everyone in this department for your amazing work over the past few years, and it was a great presentation, great report. I concur with what Councilmember Hall said. Just preliminarily, I want to acknowledge the folks here from the Virginia Avenue Apartments. We gave a statement at it was maybe, two council meetings ago when that came up. The last meeting. Yeah, how time flies. But I think I speak for us all when we say that we stand by what the message that we said at that time. The scope of what we're talking about here tonight, I think, is not specific to the Virginia Avenue Apartments, but certainly encompasses the broader goal that we all have to make sure that all people are safe in their homes and can live and thrive in our city. Sorry, give me 1 second here. I want to acknowledge one thing that's coming up at the next Rent Control Board meeting this Thursday. At that meeting, there's an item agendized to create a ad hoc committee to give direction to, or ask the city council to amend our code to give notice to tenants, or require that notice be given to tenants at the start of a tenancy when repairs are contemplated or alterations are contemplated, such that there would be a loss of an amenity. I mean, the paradigmatic thing that they're seeing all the time now are ADUs that are being built out while a tenancy is going on, and it's taking up a lot of Rent Control Board staff time dealing with rent adjustment petitions, when in fact it was known at the time that tenancy commenced that there were things going on. So I think that they'll be giving some direction on that at their next meeting, but I wanted to flag that for us now, and to the extent that we can preempt some of that and incorporate that into direction tonight, it might save everyone some time and effort. I think more broadly, I do think we should think about how the Rent Control Board can be a partner in the work that you're doing here. One thing that came up a few years ago was considering whether the Rent Control Board should have the power to put charter amendments up on its own and not have to go through the city council. I don't think that it implicates a lot of things that you're working on in terms of these projects. So I think we should think broadly about how we can facilitate those partnerships moving forward. Another thing that has come up, and you know, for those of us who have worked in the tenant protection space have heard recently, is that there are a lot of extended families who are finding themselves having to move in together. And we heard on the campaign trail this last year many stories of folks who were put in the difficult position of potentially having to end or amend a tenancy in a way that would become unaffordable, when an aging parent would have to move in, or a cousin, or some extended family member. So to the extent that we can find ways to amend our code to make housing that's livable for those extended family members, I mean, obviously the goal should be, I think, for every person to be able to thrive in a house of their own. But given the limited housing stock and the untenable situation that many people find themselves in, I think we should think broadly about how we can facilitate extended families coming together in a way that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, again, the work you're doing is amazing. I mean, we have so many people who are living on the edge, people living on the street, living in cars in our society. And I think it's not lost on any of us that the work you're doing really does change and shape lives. So we appreciate it. I think that's it for now. I'll end my comments there.
Okay, I'll make some comments and then I'm prepared to make a motion. So first of all, I want to thank you. The Homelessness Strategic Plan and the Renters Protection Program are absolutely essential tools. We need them. We need to implement the plans. And I want to thank staff for their really thoughtful work. But I want to be clear that I believe that this is just the beginning. We have to be intentional and unrelenting in our commitment to keeping people housed, period. As we just discussed, 70% of our population are renters. So 70% of the people in the city, we are protecting 70% of the people in the city with the Renters Protection Program. And so when we talk about affordability, security, stability in homes, I mean, I think we're talking about the future of Santa Monica. I think it's absolutely no brainer to expand the right to counsel program. I believe that was one of the motions that I made when I first came to council. I want to make sure that we're clear and intentional when we talk to the public about what we're saying when we say right to counsel, what that actually means. And if we know that 80% of the approximately 80% of the evictions are for non-payment of rent, and these tenants probably have nowhere else to go, then providing upstream financial assistance has to be, appropriately sized. And it's cost effective, quite frankly. So I want to make sure that we look at permanent sources of funding. I know that the GS money is never a sure thing. It's always volatile. So how do we implement these programs and make sure that there's an adequate and permanent source of funding? We also, I think, need to eliminate barriers to accessing a lot of these programs. We talked about it in our individual council briefings, but I think we'd have to do better about outreach. We have to do better about outreach to undocumented tenants, to moderate income renters, to our long-term tenants in rent-controlled units who might be most vulnerable to displacement. And I think I mentioned this to the team, but we generally speaking know where a lot of these people are. So we can't wait for them to come to us. I do believe that we need to go to them, and we need to do proactive outreach. I also want to see way stronger enforcement mechanisms against landlords across the board. So I really appreciate that code enforcement is here. I appreciate, obviously, our city attorney is very committed to this, but we need accountability for our bad actors, and I appreciate that we're committed to that, and I want to keep doing that. And I have to second that we need to urgently prioritize the rental registry, period. I think everyone knows that we made a motion that the rental registry and funding for the rental registry needed to be in the budget. So I'm looking forward to seeing that. It was not mentioned explicitly at least when I was there on Saturday, but that needs to be prioritized. And we're not going to be able to adequately figure out our vacancy rate or implement a systematic code enforcement program without it. Full stop. We need to make sure, when we talk about safe, affordable, and habitable homes for all, habitable does mean ensuring that these units are not in disrepair. And I'm looking at my friends at Virginia Avenue as well. These units have to be maintained. We have to hold our landlords accountable. In terms of reorganizing the Homeless Prevention and Human Services Division, I really appreciate that you're doing that. I think it's a major step forward. I'm very supportive. I know that that's one of the items that we're going to make a motion on. The function of protecting our renters, of protecting those who are vulnerable, of delivering services has been really fragmented, I think, for too long. So I really appreciate that we're consolidating our resources, but I also think that we need to fully resource our different divisions. So giving more attention to both human services and homeless services, I think, is important. And just in terms of addressing homelessness, as I said, I support the expansion of our outreach teams, of the therapeutic transport team, of how we find funding for 24/7 outreach, of behavioral health crisis response. And I really appreciate the city attorney's office for all their work on Samo Bridge project as well. And I think that we have to hold our regional partners accountable. We do so much here in Santa Monica, and I'm not saying that we shouldn't continue to do that, but we have to make sure that the COG and the county and Metro and Caltrans and everyone is at the table and maintaining their spaces, and also, sharing resources and delivering services. Because I think the burden cannot fully fall on Santa Monica. And then we've talked about this since before I got on the council, but we need a long-term vision for Samo Shell. I know that hasn't gone to the top of the list every time we've talked because we're in such a dire budget situation right now, but Samo Shell is completely past its useful life. And we have to, if we're thinking about long-term safety, stability, and asset management, we have to do something about Samo Shell. So we need a permanent facility, and that's why I really hope that we'll lean in with our partners at the county and the COG to make sure that we get funding for additional beds and services as well. I really appreciate you. I think that this is a really strong foundation. I just would say, to Councilmember Hall's point, metrics. All of it sounds great, all of it seems like it will work, but if we're not developing top-line key performance indicators across these different categories and actually measuring them, not like widgets, but longitudinally, how are we doing month over month, year over year, we're not really going to be able to make the case for additional resources for specific programs. So I know you hear all that. I see everyone nodding. I really appreciate that. I do also want to make a specific motion. So first, if that's okay, because I don't see, and I'll acknowledge Councilmember Zernitsky. I see that she wants to comment. I would move that we receive the strategic plan, the Renters Protection Program, approve the Human Services Division reorganization, establish the new classifications and adopt the salary rates for the various positions, and also adopt with the amendment by Mr. Sloan, the proclamation of local emergency, and call for, and also do a budget amendment as outlined in the financial impacts and budget action section of the report. But I would add additional direction to Councilmember Raskin's point that the Rent Control Board has been discussing, and I've seen firsthand the disruptive impacts of construction on tenants, leaving them vulnerable to, unsafe, uninhabitable conditions and prolonged temporary relocation that's not really temporary, but potentially designed as a method of constructive eviction. And given that we have so many different agencies at the city that deal with both construction and tenant protections, I would direct the city manager and city attorney to return to council in 60 days with proposed changes to the tenant protections during construction code. That's SMMC Chapter 8.1 and the Tenant Relocation Assistance Code, SMMC Chapter 4.36, and other applicable codes to ensure that we have stronger protections for tenants whose landlords seek to do construction that may impact the habitability of their units, including protections to provide tenants greater notice of proposed construction activity and its impact, minimize the risk of tenants being relocated due to voluntary renovations, which is a problem, and otherwise protect tenants from being involuntarily displaced or forced to endure unreasonable disruptions. I would also ask both the city manager and city attorney to review the per diem rates for tenants who are temporarily relocated due to construction or habitability issues, and return with proposed per diem rates that are fair and adequate, including evaluating whether one-time adjustment is necessary or if these relocation requirements should be modified due to CPI, and then also whether they're adequately compensating larger households and households with special needs, and propose any of those changes and or any formulas, and return back with their recommendations in 60 days. And I can provide that in writing as well. Does anyone want to second that?
Second.
Second.
Great. Sorry, Councilmember Zernitsky, Councilmember Hall was quick on the jump here. I know that you have some comments. We obviously don't have to vote on that. So if we have additional comments, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
I just briefly wanted to say thank you so much for all of the work on this. I agree with everything that's been said so far. And I just also wanted to note that as Mayor Pro Tem Terosis noted, this is a starting point, and I'm excited to see how this program will continue to evolve and how we'll be able to help more people. I know that for the current program design to start, we're only targeting folks who are at 80% of annual median income or below, and we know that legal representation is very expensive. So in the future, I would love to see how we could help expand it to folks at the moderate income levels as well. I also really appreciate that given the financial situation that the city is in, the fact that this is not coming out of the general fund. And just one other note I wanted to make is that homelessness prevention, renter protections, is a much more cost-effective way of addressing homelessness. It is so much more cost-effective for us to prevent someone from being displaced, from falling into homelessness, than it is to house someone once they're already unhoused. So the fact that we are putting so much effort into this shows that we as Santa Monica are serious about making sure that folks do not fall into homelessness. And I really hope that these efforts will be a signal to our regional partners and neighbors that they can step it up as well. So thank you very much. That's all my comments. And I apologize for my technical difficulties all evening.
Stop apologizing. Councilmember Raskin.
I have just two requests for friendly amendments. First is adding the CEQA exemption into that.
Oh, yes, we do need to do that. Thank you, of course.
And second, just to save the rent board some work, can we add in the direction regarding construction? Oh, I'm sorry, I should ask the seconder.
Oh, so friendly, yes.
Sorry. But to save the rent board some work, I'm wondering if we could add in direction regarding notices at the time that a tenancy commences. I mean, when you sign a lease, you get all sorts of notices, like, Prop 65, asbestos, all those things. If there's a pending building permit application on file, it would be helpful if tenants could be required to have notice of that. I think it would save the rent board staff quite a lot of time and staff resources, so they aren't having to needlessly process rent adjustment petitions when that could have been known potentially and negotiated as part of the rent at the beginning of a tenancy, subject, of course, to feedback that the rent board provides in the future.
Would that be a direction for the city attorney to come back with a recommendation for how to handle that?
Right, I think I would take it as direction to work with rent control to come up with a recommendation to come back to council.
Yeah, I would agree to that.
That's amenable.
I would just say that there are a lot of permits, building permits that are filed like mid-tenancy that a lot of the times the renters don't even know about. And then all of a sudden construction. So that was the whole purpose of like the means and methods assessment. But that would assume that the landlord is getting the correct permits to do the work. So I think just stepping up our coordination and education to the tenants. Are we prepared to vote, or does anyone else want to comment? Okay, great. Let's make a vote.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall,
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Snow,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis,
Yes.
and Mayor Negrete is absent. And motion passes.
Great, thank you so much. Moving on, thank you, staff. We really, we really appreciate you. We thank you for remembering the sequencing. We will now, we continued A and B, 16A and B, so we will not be hearing that for those who missed that, just because we like to do appointments when everyone's here. Would I entertain a motion to consolidate the 16 items, or do we want to hear them individually?
Yeah, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I'll make a motion to move items 16D and 16F through 16I on consent. I'd like to pull 16C because I'd like to recuse from it.
You're saying D through I?
So D, we have to vote on E, and then, so we'd be passing D, F through I.
Yeah, the only issue is that Councilmember Negrete is not here for I, and I don't think anyone else here is putting forward that item. So,
I kind of want to keep eye out.
yeah. So we would be voting on D, F through H. D, comma, F through H. Does that make sense? Because we need to vote on C and E independently. Is that correct?
Well, CE and I.
CE and I.
Oh, okay.
I'm debating whether I want to go with that.
Okay.
My original motion, I want to stand with my original motion.
Okay.
I'll second the original motion.
You recognizing me?
I'm so sorry, Councilmember Zwick.
We have to consider 16E separately based on the, was that pulled? That separately pulled? Okay. And what was the discussion, Rai? I'm sorry, I don't understand. Can it not be heard? Okay. So can you restate the motion?
Or, okay.
So the motion is to pass 16D and 16F through I on consent and pull 16C and E.
Sorry, I seconded that.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, we're consolidating the vote on 16 D as in David and 16 F as in Frank to F as in H. Is that correct? We're also including I. Okay.
I like to do a friendly amendment. And the reason I wanted to take I out separately is because I have questions with respect to, there was comments today by one of the speakers about needing police activity with I, and I wanted to understand the full aspect of it with respect to I as to what we're actually supporting with the fees that they're asking for us to pass.
Okay, well, if the seconder is amenable, I will amend my motion to 16D, 16F through 16H, and we're pulling C, E, and I.
That's fine.
Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Zernitskaya has a question.
Sorry, Councilmember?
So I had a similar question as Councilmember Snell on 16I, because I just wanted to understand the cost of what we would be waiving if 16I were to be approved. But since it's going to be separate, that's fine. I can get that answer. I can ask that question when we get to it. Thank you.
Okay, so I think the motion, please correct me if I'm wrong, is still motion by Councilmember Hall, seconded by Councilmember Raskin to consolidate and vote on items 16D as in David to 16F as in Frank to H as in Henry. Okay, and if we're ready to vote, then I'll do the roll call vote and start with Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
And then Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Yes. Okay, 16C. I understand that Councilmember Hall will be recusing himself.
Yeah, so while I've been advised by the city attorney, I'm not required to recuse. I will be recusing from item 16C out of an abundance of caution and to ensure no appearance of impropriety due to my recent former employment with a logistics e-commerce company. Thanks.
Great. Do we need to hear anything on this?
No, I just, I'm glad that myself and Councilman Swick brought this forward because I honestly believe that, one, it's going to improve safety measures with respect to and mitigating double parking. I'm really looking forward to seeing some of the efficiencies that we're going to use with this technology. I'm pretty excited about it. So I'm really interested to see what staff finds out and come back with it. But I do believe that it's a measure that will enhance safety, mitigate double parking, and actually generate some revenue that we may not see before. So I'm really excited about it, and I want to move this item.
I'll say something since we're on it. Because it's a lot of words that may not be clear. Basically, a number of cities are adopting technology that enable them to monitor their commercial loading zones. And invoice users for the right to use that space, the majority of them being large companies that specialize in deliveries or rideshare pickups or things of that nature. And as Councilmember Snell alluded to, you've seen in other cities that have adopted this technology in public-private partnership with advanced camera technology companies, that you see a dramatic reduction. First of all, you see much better utilization of the curb space. You see it available much more for people who are looking to do drop-offs and pickups. You see really large reductions in double parking and other really unsafe behaviors that people utilize instead when that curb space is not available. And you see revenues in the millions of dollars to cities that engage in these public-private partnerships. So I think it would be a win-win for safety and for our city's finances.
Great. I'm happy to move the item.
Second. I'll second it.
Great, let's vote.
Okay, Councilmember Zwick,
Yes.
Councilmember Hall is absent, Councilmember Raskin,
Yes.
Councilmember Snow,
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosas,
Yes.
and Mayor Negretti is absent. And motion passes.
Councilmember Hall, okay, great. Councilmember Zwick, do you want to introduce 16E?
Thank you. So this item, essentially there was an election that was supposed to occur at the previous West Side Council, City's Council of Governments meeting to elect a representative to SCAG to be the District 41 election representative. Sorry, the District 41 representative. District 41 includes Beverly Hills, Culver City, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood. And the whoever is elected would serve as a representative of that district at SCAG. That election was postponed, and it has now been rescheduled for March 19th, 2025, which is next Wednesday at noon. The idea is that every city, because there are different numbers of council members that serve on these different bodies, to make it fair, every city gets 5 council members who can vote in this election, which means that there are 5 of the 7 of us can cast votes. And this item was meant to appoint 5 members who would be able and willing to vote in the election. I was led to believe that this was a remote election, though it seems currently that it's being noticed at the SCAG office downtown and each of the city halls, Beverly Hills, Culver City, Santa Monica, and West Hollywood at noon. I have been told by city staff that if you are able to vote at that time but unable to be in person at one of those locations, that you could provide your address to Josh. And I could get that hopefully in the notice before it is posted so that it could simultaneously be noticed at your place of work or wherever you can vote from. Anyway, the first step is just to sort of, I guess, maybe there can be conversation just in terms of people being able or willing to be available either in person or remotely at noon next Wednesday to vote in this election. I'm not sure if anyone knows their schedule offhand or can volunteer or not. And if not, also if they would be able to vote remotely, that would be a second option that we can try to make work.
Looks like we have a
I'll
volunteer.
make myself available.
Sorry, it's at 12
It's
on
set
the
for
19th.
noon on the 19th.
I can figure out a way to make myself available either virtually or in person.
We have
Natalia Zernitskaya.
I can make myself available as well, either virtually or in person.
Do other people want to do it, though? I'm happy to not do it if there are other people who want.
I can make myself available virtually.
Okay.
That's 5 people, it sounds like. Ellis, excuse me, Councilmember Raskin, are you okay not to be?
Yeah, if there are another five people available, that would be helpful for my schedule.
I can be available. I'm not sure about Mayor Negrete, and she's no
Oh,
longer
we
on this
only have
call.
5. We have 5.
Right.
Yeah.
It seemed like there were some reluctant members, so I'm not sure if it's easier or harder for her, but
As long as we don't
nonetheless.
have to go in person to Beverly Hills, I mean, if the downtown option could be okay. But
Downtown is an option, Santa Monica is an option, and if you think that you are volunteering tonight, but you are going to have to be remote, city staff, i.e. Josh, requests that you send them the address to which you would be voting from by tonight, so that it can hopefully be posted in that notice.
Okay, I'll either do it here at the SCAG headquarters. I'll figure it out.
Okay. Sounds like we have 5 members. I'm not sure if there's really
So,
anything to vote on per se.
sounds
I
like
guess we can vote that those will be the 5
We're
people.
moving that Councilmember Zwick, Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Zernitskaya, Councilmember Snell, and Mayor Pro Tem Terosis serve as the 5 voting members.
I'll second that and just add that if you think that you can only vote remotely, please text Josh tonight.
Okay.
Okay, Councilmember Zernitskaya.
Yes.
Councilmember
Oh,
Snell.
Sorry, did it need a second?
No, we got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Snell.
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin.
Yes.
Councilmember Hall.
Yes.
Councilmember Zwick.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Terosis.
Yes.
And the Mayor Negretti is absent.
Okay, 16I.
So the reason I pulled
oh,
this item,
okay.
is one, I'm not sure what we're, as far as the fees that they're asking us to, for this event, not to charge. And then I heard something about police, so I really don't understand, and it's a march to the pier from Santa Monica College. So I'm not really sure about what the cost to the city is, and what the cost would be for police protection. I'm not really sure what I'm
Sounds
voting
like
on.
perhaps our city manager.
So the request is the same request as item 16F. So it just depends on the size of the event. We don't have a cap on the fees that would be waived. So it depends on how much of the parking area they'll take up, for the parking fees. And if they have an event fee, they may not meet the 150-person threshold to have to get a special events permit. So they may or may not have that fee. We just don't know yet. So that's why it's, any associated fees. So the language, the terminology is the same. The request, when we took in the 16 item, there was never a mention of police at the event. And it would only be, the police department would be the ones, they would be the ones to evaluate the need for officers to be assigned to the event, and it doesn't, based on what my knowledge is, it's not, wouldn't be needed at the event. I understand the request of the community member, but there is a resource fair, so that, I know it's a march, but they're looking to have a resource fair in the parking lot area on the pier. So that's the area that they would be using, that they're requesting the fees to be waived for.
Okay. So normally, do we usually get an estimated amount of what this cost would be, or is it practiced for us to waive fees and with not knowing? So,
Yeah, this is standard
okay.
language for these kinds of 16 items.
Okay, all right, thank you.
No one else? Oh, Zwick, go ahead.
Sorry, just to clarify, because I guess we already passed 16F, but you said the request is the same, where that will be to waive fees? Because it's written a little differently as.
Yeah, any associated fees with the event that's on the pier.
Is it not also allocating $10,000 in?
No, that's
Oh,
the council
previously
already.
allocated, okay.
Exactly. Yeah, the council already.
Okay, so there's no effect on the council budget, it's just the
Correct.
waiving of the fees in the same way?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Has there been a permit filed for this event?
No, there hasn't been an application.
No, there-
As of this morning, there hasn't been. I hadn't checked
Okay.
since this morning.
Just because I'm looking on their website and there does not appear to be an event on the website, on the Homies Unidos website, nor does there appear to be a Santa Monica chapter.
I noticed that too, they don't even advertise the event on their email, on their website.
Yeah,
We want the council's permission before we really go back with
Okay, well, unfortunately, Mayor Negrete, who put this on here, is not here to speak to this. And there was a mention of police. No police presence has been requested. Oh, sorry, it's not a public comment time.
Yeah, no, by the deadline, to receive the 16 item, there was no request or mention of the need for police. And again, our understanding is that the police department has been informed of the march and the general, program for the event and the resource fair. And there hasn't been, to the city manager's office, there hasn't been any notification of police presence required.
Okay, thanks. Is anyone wanting to make a motion on the, Raskin, go ahead.
Thanks. Just first a quick question. As far as I understand it, the usual process is that it's only a partial waiver of fees, right? I mean, there are some things that are not waivable.
It depends. It's up to council how you want to proceed. But for the peer events, historically, it's been for all associated fees to be waived.
Okay.
Yeah.
Specifically the city fees. The pier collects its own fees, which are
Correct.
typically never waived.
Right.
Thank you for the distinction.
Okay. I'll move this item.
Second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Raskin, seconded by Councilmember Zwick. Councilmember Zwick?
Yes.
Councilmember Hall?
Yes.
Councilmember Raskin?
Yes.
Councilmember Snell?
Yes.
Councilmember Zernitskaya?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Terosis?
Abstain.
And then Mayor Negrete is absent, but motion still passes.
Great, okay. We are moving on to adjournments, and we are adjourning both the regular and the special meeting. And when we adjourn this meeting, we are adjourning the meeting in the memory of Edward Jerome Greenwalt. Tonight, we adjourn in memory of Edward Jerome Jerry Greenwalt, a dedicated public servant, devoted family man, and lifelong adventurer. Jerry passed away on February 15th, 2025, after a long illness, leaving behind a legacy of service, kindness, and humor. Born in Longmont, Colorado, Jerry moved to California as a child and excelled as a high school football player before continuing his athletic career at Occidental College. After a brief time with the Rams, he pursued a distinguished 33-year career at the City of Los Angeles. His service included roles in the city administrator's office, as a liaison for the first Los Angeles Marathon, acting director of the LA Zoo, and ultimately as general manager of animal services, where his dedication to animal welfare was made a lasting impact. Beyond his career, Jerry was a passionate athlete and world traveler. He ran over 10 marathons, played golf across the globe, and cherished time with his family, especially his grandchildren, Sophia and Mateo. He and his wife Karen shared 60 years of marriage and many adventures, from meeting royalty in Bhutan to enjoying sushi in Cambodia. Jerry will be remembered for his kindness, humor, and dedication to both his loved ones and the greater community. His legacy lives on in the countless lives he touched. We extend our deepest condolences to his wife Karen, daughter Alyssa, and all who knew and loved him. In his honor, donations can be made to causes he cared about, including St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, Doctors Without Borders, and Best Friends Animal Society. Thanks so much. Our next regularly scheduled meeting is Tuesday, March 25th at 5:30. We are adjourned.